Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good Friday morning. It's Friday. And I have to admit, I'm not fully awake. Good morning, Gail. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mickey says, me wishing I was 5. Why do you wish you were 5? Why do you wish you were 5? Oh my goodness, it's stretching. Oh, Morgana banana. Morgana banana. Oh. Oh, Lord, Nightbot's already on it. I forgot that I had him on here. Autobots, roll out. So I'd be glad to climb out of bed and go play. Oh, right. Instead, you're an adult and you don't want to be dragging out of the bed, doing adulty things. Right. I get it. I get it. I get it. Sometimes I look at Poppy in the mornings, my dog, and I'm like, wow, you really have it good. You ever wish you just had the life of a dog? Or a cat, even? Mickey's like, at this point in life, I just want to lay here. I know. I don't know. I know. Hold on. Let me go. Hold on. I'm having to send the pre. I have to send the. Hold on a minute. I got something goofed up over here. Hold on. Let me. Hmm. Hold on. I'm still learning this whole Discord thingy. Trying to send links and do all the things. Hold on. I'm looking. Hold on. Uh You know how they always say act like you, or what is it? Hold on, what's the word? When you're not quite sure of the things that you're doing, fake it till you make it. Yeah. Faking it till I'm making it over here on Discord, trying to act like I know what I'm doing, and I don't have a clue what I'm doing. Hold on a minute. Hey, good morning, JC. Good morning, Lee. Good morning.
There.
Oh, I hear audio. JC, yes, you do, because then we would be able to connect outside of the YouTube, you know? Hold on, Morgana Banana. I'm trying to. How do I do it, QB? How do I add people to it? I don't know. I'm getting into all kinds of little nooks and crannies over here on Discord that I have no clue about. That is not what I wanted. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, and literally a while ago, like 5 minutes before it was time for me to click the go live button, my oh, here's QB. Maybe she can walk me through this. Hold on. Hey,
Who's it?
dear.
Hi. Um, you're interrupting my coffee making, ma'am. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm so sorry. I'm
It's
so sorry.
okay. So if you go to the sorry to do this on your live, but I just figured it was easier than than yeah. So if you go to the posse channel,
Mhm.
click on it,
Okay, hold
and
on a minute.
then
Our electric went off like 5 minutes before the live stream, like, my electricity just went poof, gone, and so now everything's still trying to, like, get
I'm telling
caught
you, they're
back up.
trying. They're watching us, man. My Wi-Fi's all wonky. Your electric going out.
Yeah, it's not good, not good at all. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
there.
Okay, so click on the channel, and it'll show you
Mhm,
all our messages. At
mhm,
the very top, see where it says True Crime Posse.
mhm.
Click that, and then the first option is invite members,
Okay.
and it should bring up. Hopefully, unless you totally kicked Morgana, it should bring
No,
up Morgana in there. I know you didn't do it on purpose. It should have a list of people. I'm hoping.
I don't see the
Here, let me do this. I link the. So I'm gonna send. Let me try it this way. Oh, she says she's attached now.
hmm,
Let me go back and look and see who's in there. See, I'm not showing she's in there. So I'm sending her a link to. Oh, that's not going to take her to the posse one, though, is it? Oh, yeah, it did. If she follows that link, then it may let you approve her
okay.
to let her in. But we can do this. We can do this later because I sent her the Streamlab or Streamlabs, yeah, Streamlabs link if she wants to come on in our group chat. Not in there on the text,
Okay.
so she can get in, and then we can figure this out later.
Alrighty. So,
Hey, y'all.
Sidebar City. Hey, Blood and Gems, how are you? It's good to see you over here.
We
How
were
are
on a
you?
break.
We were on a break. Um, hey, Henny. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, look, Lee says even better. Copy it and send the link. I did.
Yeah, I'm still learning, Lee. After I get everything situated, I will,
Start
start
inviting other people.
inviting other people as soon as I kind of figure out what I'm doing in
You're
here.
doing really good. Like every time I leave for a minute, I come back. You're like, "Oh, I did this and this and this and this." I'm like, "Ma'am, look at you doing all the things."
Well, thank you. Hey, Shirley Mason. Hey, Shirley Mason.
Hey, Shirley Mason. Okay, I'm gonna mute you. I need coffee, and I'll be back.
Okay, dearie, I'm just doing my little stretches over here, the morning
Back.
stretch.
It's
Oh,
all good till it fights back.
well, do you ever like stretch hard enough that you literally get a cramp?
That's what I'm saying. It's all good until it fights back. That's the cramp. Like,
Good
nope.
Lord. Blunts and Jim says, I'm great. Glad I could make it. These kids have kept me busy. No worries. I'm glad you're here. And hey, busy is good, right? I mean, busy is good. Okay. Um, let's see. We're waiting on, we have the camera up. They should be starting any minute because they said 8:45 jury call. So they plan to start at 9. But just keep in mind, you guys, I'm going to say this like right now. Um, for anybody that's coming in that has not heard this case or heard about this trial for Adam Montgomery that we're watching, hardcore trigger warning, okay? Hardcore trigger warning. Um, this is a very difficult, sad, horrific case of the murder of a 5-year-old little girl. Um, so if it's not something that you can handle, then possibly check out of this one. And I mean, crime is crime, right? This is my new true crime channel. Crime is crime, but I know there are um some cases that you just can't handle, you know? And this is one for a lot of people. So, Shirley says, wait till you get older, the leg cramps get worse. Ugh. Um, la 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 la. I'm not great at doing a bunch of things at once.
Multiple tasking. My dad says that does not exist. And I used to argue with him. I'd be like, I can do more than one thing at once. He goes, not well. And I'm like, when I was younger, I was like, yes, I can. You don't know me. And but he's not wrong. He's not wrong. You can multitask. You can do more than one thing at a time, but they nothing gets your full 100% of your energy.
Mm.
So I try to be. It doesn't work. I'm ADHD. It doesn't work, but I try to focus on one thing. So, anyways,
Yeah, I'm not great at it. Like, and to be honest, and it drives me crazy because I catch myself having to go back into a lot of these days of trial and watch things back because I miss so
yeah,
much. And the reason I miss so much is because between watching the chat, I have other tabs up where I'm working on things behind the scenes.
that's the thing
And
though. You're doing a lot. This is not just you sitting at home watching a trial. You're
right.
doing a that.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
used to it was until I started streaming them, but now that I'm
Right.
streaming them, there's so many ins and outs that I of just the actual act of streaming it on a YouTube channel and then having to keep up with comments and read things, and I just can't my brain can't do multiple things at once.
I feel that.
So I end up missing all of the details in the case, the trial.
Yeah. Well, I know yesterday we were like, wait, did she did she say that? Hold on.
Mm, 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 mm. Hmm.
Sidebar. All right.
Yeah, they're already having a sidebar. I wonder what that dude's job right there is. What is his job right there?
Which one? Let me see. That's the bailiff, isn't it?
Is it?
I mean, I feel like at least one of them.
I mean, I agree, but I'm just like,
Okay.
he reminds me of the dude that you know how when you go into the hospital and they have people, like, standing there to, like, welcome you
The
and to,
greeter.
like yeah, or they're like, "Which way where do you need to go? Maybe I can
Mhm.
help you direct you to the right department."
You talking you talking about the auxiliary people. See, you trying to be nice. I was gonna say that I hope he's not the only bailiff because he may need some help.
Right, that's
Is
what I
all I'm
was thinking.
saying. Yeah, I just said it.
'Cause
I'm
those
sorry.
auxiliary people are usually elderly.
Thank you. Yes, we
I'm
were.
sorry, that was so mean, I'm so
It's
mean.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yo, I got so much happy mail yesterday.
Oh,
I know.
that's
I know.
exciting.
I know. So until this morning, but
Oh, QB's out and back again.
oh, Wi-Fi.
You know what? My electric went literally, I was sitting here in the middle of posting on Instagram when the lights just went poof, and I heard Eli in there in his bedroom go, "Oh, no."
I just want to explain to you though. I have my phone sitting on my table. I am sitting in my chair. I haven't moved. And my phone definitely hasn't moved. Why?
Mm.
And my router is like, mm, 5 feet from me.
Oh, Lord.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to AT&T fiber.
Yeah.
But since I'm in an apartment, they won't let you do a self install. You have to like have somebody here. And because I'm in and out so much, it's hard.
Mhm.
It's a problem. So,
It's a problem.
but as soon as I can, because I get a discount on my AT&T because uh, of my first responder status,
Oh, yeah?
and so that cup goes over to that as well. So I'm like, excuse me, I'm gonna need some fiber. I need a discount, and I need it to work because Spectrum is not where it's at.
Well, I don't know. We have, it's fiber as well, and it's been really, 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 really good.
Yeah, mine is.
Thank
I've had
goodness.
I've had this, and it's been a problem for a while. But I'm one of those people like I have so much going on that like it's in layers of priority, and that's like always been down further. But I also haven't been like trying to do as much as I'm trying to do now. I'm like, and I have the upgraded one. Rude,
Wonder what's up with that.
rude. So
I
yeah,
always say try the, and I know that you roll your eyes because 'cause you're like, "Ma'am, I've already tried that," where you, like, unplug it and plug it back in
yeah,
and
yeah.
all the
I
things.
I will try it again when we get off of here. I will try it again because it does help. It actually anybody that has it does actually help to restart it every once in a while, and people don't think about it until there's a problem and then they restart it.
Mm.
So I need to probably do that. Last time I did that though, my router died and I had to go over and sit for like an hour and a half in line to wait to
Oh,
exchange
Lord.
it. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see if the diva's going to start up here in a minute.
Mm.
She,
The cat, you mean?
yes, she made a little meow. I was like, ma'am, you're
Mm.
Does not
fine.
have cuffs on her hands. So
Oh,
just leave her there. We'll bring the jurors in and then we'll bring her in. Okay. All right. All rise for the jury, please.
All righty.
here we go.
Oh.
Still no Adam.
I just don't even think that should be allowed.
Yeah, I don't either. Right, Lee? I know. Not there again today.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
There is a
Whenever the
bubble.
state is ready, you may call your next witness.
I see it, Shirley. Oh, this is Kayla. You guys, we got Kayla first thing this morning. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is going to be a hard, tough day. Trigger
Yeah.
warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning.
Look, Nightbot, hurry you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
This is the stepmom that had a lot to do with the.
Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long have you been there?
for over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared and I was told by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came to pick me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges.
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and we started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Hey, everybody coming in. SRB, this is
Harmony,
Kayla,
myself.
stepmom.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes, July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah,
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98
Any objection? Okay.
and publish.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Oh, that's a good idea, Ween Baby.
Doing
Nice. Thank you for that idea. Let me try that.
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah. And myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when you moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes.
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
They were already full. I think they are.
Already
I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, States Exhibit 2, what can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really likes Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 10.
Any objection? No. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over the room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes,
Why?
because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes,
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
yes,
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you would get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes?
Hey, hey. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Well, she's got the StreamYard invite, so maybe when you get it off or something, we can mess around with it.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see. Shirley says her youngest had the same decor bed and all. Last thing my mother was able to get her. She's grown now with 2 thriving kids of her own. She is now 32. Mm. If he did that to Harmony, who knows what he did to her or what she was afraid of. So my thought is strictly, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Shirley. Like, anybody that had anything to do with it, you would want to, like,
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
not be happy
Yes.
with, right?
Was this a quiet conversation?
But they
No.
had kids
How
together
would you
too,
describe it?
and I think she was afraid.
Yelling at each other back and forth, argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry
Where were you during this conversation?
in the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had, that I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street
Who was she at home with?
with Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after.
What was the new story he told you?
That he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury to her?
Yes.
Do you know a Demetrios Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrios that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, totally not a cop. Good to see you. Willing to bet that he is either sitting there expressionless, a sociopath, as sociopaths do, or glaring at her. He's not there.
Yeah, he's not there.
He hasn't been there. He has waved He has waived his right to be there each and every day so far thus far. He's being a little punk.
You know what, though? It may make it easier for her to testify.
I thought about that yesterday. I literally thought about that, and I thought about the same thing with
Kevin.
bio mom, Crystal,
Yeah. And Kevin, I was
and
thinking,
Kevin. Mhm.
yeah. So, he may be doing everybody a favor.
Yeah. As far as the people that's gonna be hard for, like these, people that know him personally and were in relationships with him. Even that one witness that was there yesterday, early on, she was had said she had been in a romantic relationship with him and they had met at
Yeah.
like a rehab facility or something. Um, hey, Margaret
Margaret, you
Murray.
ain't wrong.
Yeah. The way I see it, he can watch himself be found guilty on TV, right? Who was it? Was it you, QB, that sent something yesterday that said somebody was found guilty? And where did I hear that from?
Guilty of
Yesterday,
what?
somebody was found guilty of whatever they were charged with, but they didn't want to stay for the sentencing or the
Oh, yeah. I didn't send that, but I saw it. Yeah, and there was like a huge uproar that he didn't have to stay and face the family.
Mhm.
Oh, I think they're coming back.
Mm.
These guys are not like um
Well, quickly, because people's putting things in the chat. Whoever it was that sent that, they didn't say what case it was,
Thank you.
but they said
Your Honor,
that
I'd ask that the court take judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 is November 27th.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
Kayla, why were you evicted from
shoot.
the home?
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid.
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
In our car,
What kind of vehicle was it?
a Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the two boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester.
Why Colonial Village?
Because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so, can you just describe the sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat, and Harmony was behind the passenger seat, and the baby Declan was in the middle, and Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom, and so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in, and she wouldn't tell us that she had used the bathroom.
Was she only peeing, or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot. Like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with a comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha, Scott,
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time.
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side,
And where was Harmony?
next to me and Declan. She was in between,
And where was Seamus?
in his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned the Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was a intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going, and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes, so she was covered with a blanket.
Were there other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
This is the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I actually thought about that SRB. I wondered if the peeing and pooping on herself was something that had happened because she had lost control of some of her organs due to beatings.
Yeah, also from a medical standpoint, if they were in the car and he got angry at her for telling him to go, she needed to go to the bathroom, or he was making her hold it for long periods of time, she could have developed a UTI or a bladder infection or anything like that, and she wouldn't be able to control it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Surely I know. I mean, there are many women I wouldn't have, some women aren't as strong as.
Been marked for identification as States Exhibit 89.
So I think she was just totally dependent on him, and she had kids with him in the same car.
Review. Second page.
It's awful.
And this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Yeah, I know, Lee. Me too. They haven't really talked about any of that though at this point, so I don't know. I don't know what she's getting behind bars, Pinky. Like,
Okay.
she's incarcerated, but I know that
The
don't
item
mean
I just
anything.
handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time I moved to strike ID of States Exhibit 89 and Marcus Bull.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken and censored as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine, and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot.
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
He said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to help, to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looks at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her, because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either gonna hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, like, kind of. Like between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other 2 children at that time?
In the back seat.
And what were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No,
Did he stop after that?
shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. And he felt something.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
How in the name of God
Did
do
he
you
go
order
inside to the Burger
food
King or something else?
when you've just done something like that?
No, I don't remember going in there.
Did he go through the drive-thru?
Yes,
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids
Where were you when you ate the food?
in the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes,
Is that what you testified to?
yes,
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No,
Why not?
because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes,
The same blanket he would cover her with?
yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle, Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes,
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
no.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit or if it was before.
But that moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes,
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
no,
Did Adam?
no.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
We were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes,
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
we made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, when did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and and put her in the duffel bag.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
They had the two other kids and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was the snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
And you said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Bodero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time.
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
But Daryl let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids.
Where was Miss Frayne?
Outside of the car with
Where-
Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
But Daryl bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights.
Yes.
And the first night the battery died.
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food. For a couple of dinners, he gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like that.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house,
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons,
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
in Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Yes, you may.
So Kayla, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits, and I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one and look at what you need to look at. So that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your 2 children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing. Can you show me where you pointed? Kayla, if you can take a look at Exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those 2 items, Kayla?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the 2 photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And
Yes, you may.
you mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Yes.
Your aunt's home?
Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under.
Yes.
Did he go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother.
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the 2 boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her he put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put the cooler in, he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash. He put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point.
Yes.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
Right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day. Multiple times a day.
Where was the cooler kept?
In the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lives in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, families in transition.
And when you moved to the families in transition shelter, is that FIT, the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her.
Hi and welcome, Wisdom Speaks. Welcome, welcome. And I'm sorry you're coming in at such a rough time.
In the ceiling. In the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did he stay in while you lived with the families in transition? The families in transition shelter, Kayla?
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
There was a vent.
And who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of States Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
This is the outside of the family shelter.
And that's States Exhibit 30.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
And that's Exhibit 30.
This is the room.
I'm just going to ask to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit 32. Let's go to States Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And States Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted as States Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this family shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And States Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1,
Yes.
and you mentioned room 2 being beside it.
Yes.
In States Exhibit 32 and 33, you mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there.
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned.
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images.
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in States Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to the Harmony in the ceiling, who is he?
Adam.
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after he removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
I see you, JV's mom.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
An objection? No objection. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one.
Yes.
And this again was at that amazing transition shelter.
Yes.
Hey, Boots and Cats, welcome.
In the bathroom
Welcome,
of the room
welcome.
that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car guide.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
Oh, thank
And what
you,
did he do with the
SRB.
bag
I appreciate
after he
that.
put her in there?
Welcome, friends.
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body? Did
The objection is sustained. You can rephrase the question, please.
Did the defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute?
Okay, goodness. So yeah, welcome you guys. I appreciate you. Let me know if you're hearing echoes.
No, sounds good on my end.
Okay. I've got StreamYard up
As
on
I
my
had said to you, we will
iPad
take a
too.
mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment. Please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones. Make sure you're avoiding any headlines. And we will take a 15-minute break. So we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
If the witness wants to use the restroom or have a drink of water, this is a good time to do that. 15 minutes, everybody? Yes.
I believe Ms. Montgomery's attorney is here, and he may have snacks for her. I just want to make that available to you.
Okay. If Attorney Garrity, speak to the sheriff's office. If there's any issue, they can communicate with me.
I will.
Okay, thank you. All right, all set, everybody. 15 minutes. She can, Attorney Garrity. Yeah, okay.
We already have it in holding.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I want her back on the stand in 15 minutes. So however you want to accomplish that is fine with me. Okay.
Joanna, you crack me up. You crack me up. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh, this is tough. Right?
Yeah. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I did have to step away for a little bit, but that's okay.
And just know when I say, "Are you okay?" and that goes for anybody, I know you're not okay. It's hard. I just want to make sure.
Listening to any of this is not going to be easy, guys.
Yeah.
You may say you're okay, but you're make sure you do something later that you enjoy doing, something that will bring your spirits up. Do some crafting, do something else to get your mind off of this trial whenever you need to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi,
What
JP.
there was something you sent me yesterday, QB, and now I can't remember. Hold on, what it was. There was something that I was going to play or do, and
I
I
don't
can't
know. I
remember
send
what
you all kinds of stuff. I can't remember.
it was. Something to look up on Google, like a Ross
Oh, wait a minute.
pivot chair.
Oh, the pivot.
couch.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
That was you sent that in the private chat yesterday on StreamYard.
Yes, that would be perfect.
Oh.
I think it's you search Ross Friends. What was it? What was the search? What was the search?
Okay, I see it.
Do you see the couch?
Yeah.
Okay, and you got to keep pressing it. But that might be that's really good, Jenny. That's really good right now.
Yeah,
Okay, let me
that's
go.
good.
Let me go do that. Let's go take a much needed break. Everybody stand up.
Yes.
Stand up, stretch it out. You know, I'll do it with you. These two won't, but I'll do it with you. Here. Oh, and look, Joanne, I have my
What do
cute
you
little
mean
heart.
these two won't?
I mean, you're not on
Yeah.
camera. I mean,
No.
I don't blame them. I
No,
wouldn't either. I
no.
wouldn't do the camera thing either, but it's me and y'all are used to seeing me off and on anyway. But stand up, stretch it out, and just, woo,
Yeah, take a
let it
break.
go.
Get it. Let it
Go.
out.
Let it go. Let it go. I'm going to share this screen over here. Let me find it.
We need this as a sound alert, by the way.
Oh. Share this tab. So this is for my friends, people. Let me take this banner off real quick too. So, we can just get rid of everything for a minute and just, get a nice little swig of coffee if you have some coffee.
Yes. Y'all go get you a snack. Go get something. Walk away the computer if you need to for just a second.
Yeah. Okay. So you type in Ross Friends on Google. Apparently, now I haven't tried this. This is me trying this for the first time too.
I was going to say it looks a little different. So,
well, but it's on my computer and not my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works. I'm going to click on this couch because there's a couch right here. Ready?
Pivot.
Ha ha.
Pivot.
Oh,
Pivot.
oh my God.
Okay,
And
I don't think it's going to pivot anymore.
Oh, that was incredible.
That
was
was the
incredible.
best. Now, when you do it on the
I don't think it's going
phone,
to pivot anymore.
I don't think
the
it's going to
whole
pivot anymore.
screen pivots. Like it turns
Tilt.
diagonal. Yeah.
Did it do it for you guys on the StreamYard screen?
I didn't see it.
I seen it. I did.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Let me refresh and see if I can get it to do it again. Oh my God. Let me see what the chat is saying. I got to go see what the chat's saying. Cassie.
Yeah.
Hi, Cassie. Cassie says, I laughed so hard the first time I did this on the couch.
I
The Ross
snorted.
pivot.
Mm-hmm.
It literally pivoted.
Hey, Cassie.
Hi, Cassie.
Hi and welcome any new people popping in. And Margaret Robertson, let me just thank you real quick. I wanted to say thank you, Margaret, for the sweet little Cash App that you sent yesterday. I got a notification and I really appreciate that.
Welcome out to the new people. I see quite a few new people in here today. Welcome, welcome.
Yes, SRB brought a crew with her today.
She did.
Mm-hmm. She really did.
I was just gonna say that, Steph. Jenny, can you play the shut up?
Oh yeah, the soundbite.
Yeah, let me do that real quick. Hold on. Let me do the sound bite. All right, you guys ready? Here we go.
Shut up! 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 Shut up!
And then we have this one for, my I Love Lucy fans. Whenever these lawyers are taking their sweet time, we like this one here.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up!
I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it?
I hear it. Oh, she may need to turn her volume up on her side. I don't know, Jenny.
Oh, does it need to be? Is it not loud enough?
It's very faint.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn the volume up. Hold your britches in case this one's super loud. I'm going to do the shut up, shut up, shut up one again, okay?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Was that still too low?
That's to me it sounded good, but
I can't hear
Okay.
it at all. But I don't know. It's just me. I'm sure.
Okay, let me do the speed it up a little one again.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up!
And then we have the Judge Judy. This one's for Lee and Steph.
Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Behave.
And then we have this one for when we have our crime time jokes with Kel.
Ba-dum-bum.
And then we have, let's see, this one for whenever the lawyers won't shut up.
Oh, it's the break one.
oh yeah.
Yeah. This one here. Yeah.
They do sidebar.
We were on a break. We really were on a break.
That one's
Okay.
kind of soft too. I don't know why it's so soft, but that last one was kind of soft.
I can't hear them at all. I don't know what the deal is. It's me. I'm sure it's the Wi-Fi. Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, you're janky Wi-Fi, QB.
I'm just gonna. But everything is the Wi-Fi's fault from now going forward.
There you go.
Okay, so Cassie is Boots and Cats.
Oh,
She just
okay.
changed her name. But welcome anyways.
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome. Always welcome.
Steph, no, they are just taking a break. They were on a break.
They really were on a break.
They're literally really on a break.
Yeah, they're not back yet. So we're going to do the pivot thing here again with the couch. So here we go. Just for funsies, we'll do this one more time. Here we go.
Pivot! Pivot! Okay, I don't think it's going to pivot anymore.
I love how the couch actually breaks on the last one.
I saw it this time that your computer tilted. That was funny. When I first did it and my phone did it, I was like, shut up. And I just kept doing it. I kept doing it and doing it.
Oh my gosh, so funny. Okay, so we're gonna go back over here to Cassie. I have seen so many Friends bloopers. It's insane. I absolutely adore that show, and that show makes my heart very happy. So,
Yes.
and I also love the Golden Girls.
Yes.
I do. Okay, we're going to share back over here. We're just going to wait for the little, camera to move and do its thing.
Got about 5 more minutes.
Yeah. The whenever he's like pivot, and he's like shut up.
I loved it.
Yep.
That's
I'm
one
sorry,
of my favorites.
That one, and when then Ross has the leather pants on.
Yes.
Oh.
Or the spray tan.
Mm. I love whenever Joey comes in all of the clothes.
Oh yeah, all of
Oh
Chandler's
yeah.
clothes. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, "Could I be wearing any more clothes?"
Quick break, Steph.
Mm. I'm just scrolling up through the comments to see what I missed in the chat.
All right, totally not a cop. See you when you get back.
Yep.
See you when you get back. Totally not a cop. And every time I see the TNAC, it makes me think of TMNC, Teenage Mutant, or TMNT,
TNT.
Teenage
TNT.
Mutant
It
Ninja
cracked me up
Turtles.
how everybody just went, okay.
It's easier.
It is. Look, I abbreviate all the things.
That is one
Mm,
reason why my screen name is JB. JB Mama.
there you go.
Just call me JB.
JB.
Y'all don't have too much fun.
Oh,
Totally
Abigail's
not a
all
cop.
caught up.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh, wow. Cassie said my son just warmed up his heating pad for my neck. I'm kind of feeling a
Yay.
little bit of a pinch, like right back here. And I
Mm-hmm.
think it's because the way I have my laptop set up on this like little riser thing, it's up there. And I'm like, I feel like I'm constantly like this instead of like straight
Relaxed.
on, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Breaks over
Uh,
at 5 till.
oh, got a couple more minutes.
Yeah, if I disappear, I'm waiting on all kinds of doctor phone calls, so
No worries.
I'll be
No
back.
worries at all.
Kel, I love that.
Yeah. Objection. If you do not hit the thumbs up button, you will be found in contempt. I love that.
Yeah, we got
Gail,
22 people. Sorry.
yeah, Gail in the chat, she sent me this as a cute little gift. It's a gavel. Bang, bang, bang. Order in the court. Order in the court.
Or you could be like the frustration girl with the hairbrush.
My favorite. I'll catch up on what I missed tonight after they end for the day. So just to make sure, crosses when we come back from break. No, I don't
No.
think so. No, they're not even, the prosecution is not done with their direct yet. I don't even
No.
think they're close
No.
to done yet, but I'm not positive. Oh, I probably ought to type that instead because she's behind. I'm sorry. I always forget that. She's behind. I'm sorry. I
Oh.
always forget. Wait, I heard an echo. I heard an echo.
I have all my volumes down.
I thought maybe it was my iPad because it has I had StreamYard up on a second tab. Or not a second tab. I had StreamYard up on my iPad too, so I could, try to multitask. But anyway.
I don't know if you noticed, but I'm back.
You
I
are
did
back.
notice. I did notice.
I switched spots. I was like, oh, I'm
Ain't
running
in here.
I moved up a little bit.
It's okay, Steph. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Margaret says, I sent the frustrated hairbrush girl to my boss the other day because she was really getting to me. I love it because the little girl, she reminds me of me when I was little because I had like a short little, bob whenever I was her age. And, it's just like, and she even does a little bit of, like, her mouth is like,
Yeah, I love her.
mm-hmm.
So much feeling.
She's my, like, spirit animal,
Mhm.
even though she's not an animal. She's my spirit child. All right. It is 10:55. You guys, any second, it's going to come back and then it's going to get Crazy pants again. Oh, Lee, that is Grace's favorite thing to say. Listen, listen, Linda. Linda, listen.
Yeah, my son saw it one time and he got stuck on it for about 6 months. I was like, no, no, no.
Mm. Um,
Sorry.
Abigail said we always said that child looked like Anna, her little sister. Yes, Lee, I have. The little kid talking to whoever's recording him. I'd have been like, listen here, you. He's super sassy with her. That's so cute. Mm. It was his mom. Why was I getting the impression that it was like his aunt or something? I don't know.
No, it's his mom.
Mm.
But they did an interview with her. Apparently, like his dad used to say that a lot.
Mm.
Like, listen, Linda, listen.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where he got it from.
Uh-huh.
He just added a little sass to it.
I love that. It is the cutest.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a new one out. I'm sure y'all have seen it where it's the little boy and he says, I'm tired and I'm cranky and I worked all day hard at school or something along that line. That is my son all over.
Somebody sent me that a while back, and it was so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mickey, I will be getting a hold of him. Our uncle's church does like a Valentine's Day dinner fundraiser every like Valentine's Day. Or it's like the weekend before Valentine's Day, I think. So it might
I
be
love
this weekend.
spaghetti.
But the church makes like this big massive spaghetti dinner, and they like to go it. Like they're in like to go boxes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like $5 and it's a big massive thing of spaghetti and garlic bread. But they take all that money and they use it, I think, for their like vacation Bible school fund.
Oh,
That's a good idea.
So yeah. But they've done it every year for I don't even know how long. But you know, Valentine's Day, spaghetti, you know, it's kind of like a
The Lady in Tramp vibe.
but
yes.
that's what I was just thinking.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, they were on Ellen Lee? That's
Yeah, it
cool.
was so funny.
I didn't know they were on Ellen.
I didn't either. Abigail, stop it. Abigail said, ain't that the spaghetti that made you sick last year? No. Yeah, she makes the sauce. Our cousin makes the sauce. She makes like homemade spaghetti sauce. Oh my goodness.
They late.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
Trying to get myself prepared.
Yeah, we still have quite a bit to go with her. Questioning. And I believe we're getting ready to come up with some really, really hard stuff, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, because they haven't made it to the part where he put her in the bathtub. Yeah.
The line.
Yeah.
That hasn't been brought up yet.
Well, they just started to mention it when they went on a break.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We still have that, and then we have the night that the U-Haul was rented as well.
Yeah, we do. We do.
So
Listen, Linda. Linda, listen. I can't say it like he did. It's so funny, though.
it is very cute.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of got burnout on it with my little boy, but
Oh, well, yeah.
it's yeah.
After you hear something like that 50 million times in a row, you know.
Oh yes.
Oh, there they come.
They coming.
Yeah. At least on my TV they did. Yesterday TV was behind. Today TV's
Remain standing because we're going to bring the
ahead.
jurors in. Oh, do you want to get? Yes.
See, look at her pretty cup down there on the bottom corner. You see it?
I see that. That's cute. Is that the judges or the?
It's the
That is
judges.
cute. That's cute.
I didn't notice it yesterday, but I did see it the day before, and I was like, "Oh, I like her cup." Yes, SRB. Everyone, take a deep breath. Back at it. And if you're having a hard time and you don't want to step away,
Careful of the wires,
like someone said a while ago, I think it was Margaret. I could be wrong. That said, she's struggling with whether to stay and listen for harmony
All rise for the jurors, please.
or
Sometimes too, helping to mute helps a little bit. You may not need to want to like completely back away and turn it off for a minute, but you can mute it and still be here and go, okay, when you're ready, you can unmute.
It's a good idea. Which, by the way, I'm going to mute myself now and turn my camera off. So,
Ditto. Thank you.
Just protect your mental health, minds, and your hearts, all that. Yeah, she's shackled, Margaret. That's why she asked a while ago if she needed to stand up or stay sitting down, because she's incarcerated. She's in jail.
You may be seated. Turn your nose whenever you're ready. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10-15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean.
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
March, February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
so that it would just show that we still had her living with us.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th, is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020?
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
And I want to unpack that.
And I didn't hear that last word, I'm sorry.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a hand saw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
Okay.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is the saw that he discussed using to dismember Harmony's body.
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment.
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is? What a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree food item.
And what did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier, you mentioned the defendant talking about lying, the idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lying?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. If the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that one.
Detective?
Yeah.
So you're with law enforcement?
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Have you seen?
I'm sorry, objection sustained.
Had you seen a bag of lime in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her.
How did he take the clothes off of her?
By cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on. That's
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to... Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing, and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash
The
bags.
bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag, and it had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, you used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her, or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother. Okay. We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom?
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body?
Not then.
At some point?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his,
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No,
Had you met him before?
no.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes,
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, so I was just looking up you guys on Google, and it says 2 years, but maybe you're right, QB, the year and a half.
The one I found, it says 18 months.
Can you believe that?
And I swear, I feel like I was looking for it. I feel like she got like a deal for testifying, even more of a deal that like she may be released after this, but I don't know that for sure.
Well, I mean, how long has she spent already?
That's what I was going to say. It may just be that her sentence is running up, or
Her time.
yeah.
I can't. That's just insane.
I'm gonna have to throw my NutriBullet away.
Yeah, no.
I can't.
When she started saying that, I was like, that's not what she's saying. And then she said it over and over because they couldn't hear.
Right.
And I don't know if you noticed, there were like, you could hear a lot of people in the gallery like coughing.
Right.
Mhm.
And I was like, that's their body's reaction to keep from gagging. I mean,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Manchild actually gagged and went in the other room.
Yeah, I can't. Margaret just put hers in the garbage. I don't blame you. I wouldn't. And then, oh God.
Miss Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say, for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
so that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van, like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econo Lodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out.
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
That he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fists, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes, it's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes,
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury States Exhibit 99.
Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes,
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
yes,
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
yes,
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
yes,
Was he consistently hitting you?
yes,
Was he doing things to items in your house?
yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything.
Why-
Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house. And I was telling on him. And thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him
Telling on him about what?
about Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Kayla, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye, and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone, and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone, and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's gonna hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes.
Why did you only take your daughter?
Because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her and I just ran. I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, that's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Or no, I mean, it says strike ID and not disclosed. State's Exhibit 90.
Yes.
Sorry, I was sitting here just catching up on chat. Oh, you guys are having good conversations in the chat.
I just want to say again how much I appreciate the fact that everybody can have this type of conversation and not get angry and not attack, because it's very emotional, and it would be easy to do.
It's extremely true.
Yeah. The thing, what I have to keep in mind too is that everybody comes with their opinions from their own perspective, from what they've went through in their life. And, it's just a good conversation to have, but it's been pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think at the risk of, I think there's a lot of people that have had similar trauma that might be in this chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And we love all of y'all. All of y'all.
We do.
love, love,
I
love.
appreciate y'all being here and having the discussion, and Kel, I appreciate your comment, because it smacked me right in the forehead. And I'm not saying that I don't think she's culpable, that I excuse her behavior, but you are absolutely right. We have no right to judge.
Unless you
No
were
right.
with her and were in
Yep.
her shoes with her and
Yep.
to live the day-to-day life, you can't pass judgment on that.
Yep.
Yeah, we know it's wrong. We know things weren't done right, but unless you're in her shoes and you witness her life every day, you can't place judgment.
Nope. And I'm still in awe that these people, like the bus driver and stuff, that saw this, why didn't they do something?
Some people just don't want to get involved.
Right. That's true. That's very true. I just feel like there
Yeah.
are always, it's easy to look away, and then in situations, and the sad thing is it happens every day, every single day.
And about everywhere.
Yep. People
Tammy,
get looked over.
none of us heard him say that he told Biomom, that Kevin told Biomom about the injuries. There was no contact with her. And so I'm not sure where that comes from, but she was not told about the abuse.
No, he told his mother.
He told his mother
and his sister.
Yeah. But he didn't have any contact with Biomom.
No. In fact, Kevin there for a while lost contact with Adam and tried to get in contact with Kayla.
Yeah.
Years later, a year or two later.
Yep. and she saw the eye healing up, and she, started questioning what happened, and he grabbed Harmony and grabbed the phone, and that's when he blocked her.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I was really confused about that, Tammy, when you were mentioning that about the bio mom yesterday and black eye. I was like, I didn't. He was talking about his mom because he lived with his mom.
Yes.
Hey, good morning, Billy. Or yeah, it's still morning here. I had to look up at my clock to see what time it was.
Agree, Abigail. I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's so scary. And you have other children?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the picture, they didn't say much about her relationship with Harmony, but the picture that they showed, it looked like they were having a good time. It looked like they were,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know. Tammy, bio mom's name was Crystal. Crystal Sorry. And Cassie, you're right. Pictures can absolutely be deceiving.
Yes, we I'm sure many of us saw that in the Letitia Stouts case.
Yep, you are not wrong.
Is it just me or well, I think the question what I'm wanting to say, I don't know why I said is it just me. I was thinking about the like sort of she's in like this funk, you could tell right now. And I don't know what I guess what I'm trying to say is I know that you can take things substance wise. I'm just wondering if what she's taken is like prescribed or not.
Totally not a cop said. You can get drugs in jail. I would
Mhm.
imagine she's probably prescribed some kind of anxiety, something, especially for this. If I had to do this, and I'm pretty tough, if I had to do this, you'd probably have to give me something.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all realize or not, or have put this together, but this go round in this trial, she is showing a ton more of emotions than she did in the weapons case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can tell there's a huge difference. This is, to me, this is genuine emotion.
Agreed.
Genuine emotion. And yeah, that shows a lot to me. That shows a lot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's gone again, and she's back.
You go to the Walmart.
Oh, here we go.
To trade phones in for money.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye.
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring.
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you've been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
If I could have just a moment. Kayla, thank you. I have no additional questions for you.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now. So please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here after the lunch break. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Ms. Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All rise, please. You can stand at first. Okay. Preliminary matters, you can be seated. Preliminary matters want to discuss. Okay. All set this afternoon. Okay. If you need to see the court for any reason, please just let me know. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and we are on a lunch break. So Tammy, I know what you're saying, honey, and I completely understand why you feel the way that you feel. The problem is though, is that Crystal isn't charged with anything. I mean, Adam is. He's the one on trial here, so you know, if anybody deserves to be pointed blame at, that's him. If they ever decide to charge her with anything, they'll charge her, you know. But I do completely understand why you feel the way you do. People feel that way. But at this point, I could care less about Crystal.
Facts.
It's Adam that's on stand, on not on the stand, but on trial. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of crappy moms, crappy bio moms. You know, I get it. I get it. I understand. I really, really do. And I appreciate that you feel the way that you do. It's just tough whenever you know, at this point, all we really know is that she tried and she did what she felt like she could do. Could she go back? She probably feels like she could go back and, you know, done things a little bit different. Does she probably wish she did? Oh, I'm sure she does. And you're right. I feel like she's culpable as well. I don't know that for me, my opinion is I don't think that she's culpable of, you know, what happened to her in the long run. No, Mickey, we're talking about Biomom, not the one that's on the stand today. But yeah, I mean, she wrote the mayor. She was trying to find her, looking for her. She was doing what she could
Didn't
do.
even know where they were. I mean, they moved around so much, and you know, she, right, wrong, or indifferent, she was an addict and she couldn't even take care of herself. And she did better than a lot do, and she got herself clean. And you know, we can all say, yeah, she should have taken her. Well, then she would have kidnapped her, and then she would have never seen her again.
That's the one thing is everybody has to remember is yes, she did lose her rights to Harmony. Yes, she did it twice. But also, too, we have to remember she was also struggling. She was an addict, but that is not something that is easy to recover from either. but she did continue to try to improve herself and improve her life to obtain the rights back to Harmony.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the state moved faster than she did and gave Harmony to Adam.
Yep.
And they're
They didn't.
culpable as well, because my thing was, initially I was like, oh, they gave custody to him because they want to keep it with the family, but she had already been in foster care. So why wouldn't you put her back in foster care?
Mm.
The state failed this child like so much, so many different levels.
Yeah, the state did fall.
They did.
CPS
I feel
failed
like they
her, the
did.
state failed her, the judges failed her. It's there's so much blame on so many different levels.
Yeah, I mean, everybody could be blamed, including bio mom from the get go. But the thing is that none of these people are who killed her. Adam is.
Nope. Yep.
Exactly.
And Kayla was, I don't know if I want to say complicit in the murder, but she was definitely complicit in keeping it covered up. And but anyway,
Maybe we just all need to take a deep breath,
Mm-hmm.
because it's very emotional, very emotional, and very hard, and yeah, we all just need to.
Take a deep breath.
Maybe we need to pivot.
Yeah.
oh yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Hold on. Let's go over here
Cassie,
and Ross.
woosah,
Friends.
woosah. Y'all wiggle your ears.
Yeah, and let's also remember, I think that we can all agree that Harmony is a beautiful little girl who lost her life, and that's what we need to keep in mind. Keep in mind.
Yeah.
Who did it? The guy that is on trial, and rub those earlobes, y'all.
Yep.
Woosah, woosah.
Woosah, woosah.
Here, let's share. Share this tab, and we'll do the
Pivot! Pivot! Okay, I don't think it's going to pivot anymore.
Everybody pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Oh.
Crime joke time. Where did the frugal judge send the criminal?
Ooh.
Where did the frugal judge send the criminal? Where did the frugal judge send the criminal? Kel, did you fall off the planet?
Oh.
I don't see it. Oh, to the penitentiary.
That's funny.
But
To the penitentiary. There we go. That was good. That was
I
good.
can't hear any of the sounds. It's so weird. Why?
I don't
I
know.
don't
Yo,
understand.
it's your janky internet. It's your janky
Ma'am,
internet.
look.
It's interfering with your researching and your sound effects
is.
and all the things.
All the things. It's ridiculous.
Mickey said, I need days to think about these jokes.
Steph, I believe they are this is going to be part of the last part. If they didn't just finish it, they're probably going to finish it right after lunch.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm like intentionally ignoring
Uh-oh.
like I had this up and this up and that. Okay, there we go. Jennifer, I texted you. I know, but I was like intentionally ignoring so that I could, uh hold on, I have to send Abigail link. Hold on a minute, Abigail. Let me go find it. Let me invite. Abigail must be on a lunch break too.
Ooh.
I have to send it to you through IG though. Hold on, let me open that tab up. Open that tab up. And I'm gonna have to go wee wee, you guys. As soon as I bring Abigail up, I'm gonna have to go wee wee because my eyeballs are floating.
Oh, floating eyeballs.
Yeah, I know, right?
Not a good sign.
Give me a second, Abigail. I gotta switch accounts and stuff. Why are you wanting to send me a code? I don't need a code. I've already told you I don't need a code to switch accounts for this. You know how it always wants to do the, like when you try to log in on a different device or whatever, it's always like, we're sending a code to your number ending in blah, 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 blah.
Do you want me to text her the link?
No, I'm sending it now. Don't make me do all this work and then.
Girl, right? All right, fair enough.
I've
Fair enough.
already made it here. Let me,
She's like, I made it this far.
Okay, where is she? Abigail. Okay. I've sent you the link, Abigail, finally, after 52 years. 52 years later.
A few moments later.
Oh, Mickey had Dave's Killer Bread chicken salad sandwich. That sounds good. I'm getting hungry, kind of. Maybe I can handle lunch. I don't know. Oh, now that we've kind of gotten out of the, the testimony is tough stuff, man. Okay, and we have an Abigail. Are you ready, Abigail? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready, dear. Okay, here we go.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't know how long I'll be here because I'm still at work and I'm alone. How's the operator?
Oh my, hush, you are on a live stream. She's literally doing her job. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, so I don't know how long I'll be here, but I just wanted to pop in because I felt sad that I was left out.
Oh.
Well, you guys continue a conversation. I have to go pee and get me some more coffee, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Look, I'm over here talking and I forgot I muted my myself.
Ah. Oh.
I was just talking away and I'm like, why aren't they talking back? Because they can't hear me.
They couldn't hear you.
I
Okay,
said
so
we're
I'm sorry. I don't know how long I'll be in here, so I'm gonna keep muting myself.
Oh,
Go
you're
ahead.
fine.
Hi, Abadoo.
Hi.
I said it earlier, but I was muted.
Oh,
Hi, Abigail. It's JB.
Abigail's
Abigail.
muted right now because she's at
Yeah.
work.
Oh,
She
it's
got
okay.
She's on a
she got the
phone call.
FOMO. Look, she's got the FOMO. She answering the phone and muting and coming back and yeah.
I
yeah.
have
So I
my
just keep
coffee cup
muting.
in my arm and my phone in my hand, and my headphones are down here on my desk. I'm leaving the room in 2 seconds.
Sure,
I'll be
sure,
back.
sure. Mhm.
This time.
Mhm. So, anyways, I just like, just watching the case, and one of the things that I noticed about like myself is that I already know most of this information. So half the time I'm going, but we already know this. Okay, get to the next part. But then I'm realizing that actually wasn't addressed in court yet.
Yes.
Sorry, I just
See,
keep
I'm the same.
moving in and out.
I'm the same way. I have followed this case a lot. There's a lot of things I know that probably aren't going to be brought up in trial, but it's sometimes it's kind of hard to go. But I know this, so this corroborates with this and that and things like that, and we just kind of have to sit back for a second and look at what they're going to present, because that's their job, is to see what is going to be presented and why they're presenting it to.
But also I thought that it prepared me to hear the testimony and it did not. I mean, I knew all this stuff, but hearing her actually say it. Am I muted again?
No, you're not.
Did y'all hear me?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree. Like I knew all of this coming in, and like, but I watched it like when I was learning about this, I was learning about it from an outsider's perspective. I was not watching people who are actually directly involved in it, and I think that might be the difference for me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Quiet time. Let's see what's going on with chat. Steph,
Yep.
how many kinds of Brahmins do you have? I have 6 currently in the house because I really like the chicken
have
ones.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6 too.
Whoa. That's kind of creepy.
Mickey's like, you abandoned Abigail, right?
No.
Yeah, I
Yes.
have.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to just agree with SRB that yes, this testimony is very, very tough.
Brutal.
Yeah, it
Like,
definitely has been.
Yeah.
brutal.
It's a rough one for sure.
It's probably one of the, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say it's probably one of the worst cases that I have followed, watched, learned about. So, I mean, I just,
Yeah.
caution everybody to, keep remembering to take breaks if needed, when needed.
Yes.
Yeah, SRB, I can imagine that it's probably hitting you because you weren't familiar with it. And I know you did that intentionally because you wanted to kind of not make a prejudgment, but this one's a hard one. This one's a hard one not to know what's going on and just come into it.
Yes. Yeah. But I kind of think that what Jenny does is awesome, and kind of to give us a rundown beforehand when we watch these trials.
Yeah.
That way we kind of know what we're walking into beforehand. And that's why it's a good idea to sub to Crime Cafe. So you can get to know how we work with all the cases.
So I think SRB came in
More.
after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, going forward, SRB, she does like a breakdown before, if she has an opportunity, she'll
Yes.
do, the breakdown before the case starts. So you kind of have an idea of what it's about. But yeah, I can imagine it's probably really hard just like walking into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steph, I don't know if you really need to go back and watch it.
No, Steph, if you want to
I think you
run down later on.
Yeah, I think you probably got the gist.
Yeah.
It was not good. It
Mm-mm.
was not good.
No, it,
Mm-mm.
it really wasn't. And, maybe it just, everyone keep in mind that with most court cases, we're going to get this information 2, 3 times from 2, 3 different people.
Yeah.
I don't know how this one is going to work specifically because she was the only eyewitness. So maybe like we won't get it again, but it will be reiterated. It was iterated once with the opening statement. It was reiterated with Kayla's testimony, and it will be reiterated one more time in closing at minimum. So
Yeah.
keep that in mind if you did miss something. If it's important, trust me when I say the lawyers are going to hammer it home.
Yes. Yep. Very much so.
Morgana. Yeah, a lot of people came in cold to this. Cassie said
Mm-hmm.
she did too.
Yep. 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 I think that we've done great with not posting the trigger warnings and the trigger warnings on
Yes.
graphics and everything like that, and
Yeah.
stuff like that, to just kind of give anybody who is hopping in knowing that this is some tough stuff to listen to.
Yeah, so SRB did bring Cassie, that's her daughter.
Oh,
And she was Boots and Cats, but then she changed it back to Cassie. I think. If I'm wrong, y'all correct me. Yeah, okay, yeah, she's her mom. And Steph, you do not want the nitty-gritty details. Like,
no,
I'm
you don't want the
throwing
nitty
away
gritty.
appliances in my house.
Mm-mm.
I think Margaret said she did too. Like, I can't.
Yeah. No, you don't want the nitty gritty stuff. For sure. Like I said, if you
No.
want a quick rundown, I'll let you know later on. But as far as
Yeah.
like full on detail, it's hard. That was, yeah.
Steph, you have us. We're your emotional support people.
Hello, Miss Thing.
Ma'am.
Steph. I'm referring to Steph.
Steph.
Yeah, Steph, what she said. Sorry, I'm going to be in and out, and it really sucks. But I like when probably in the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to call it done because I'm alone right now. I was supposed to, my boss left early, which is great for me, but also it means that, if I do get backed up, it's on me, which is fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. But also, like, I don't want to be holding a spot just in case there's other people who can hop in. So I'll wait until Jenny comes back and then I'll leave just so that, I didn't do what she did to me and abandon me. Just saying.
Oh my goodness. But yes, let's see here. I'm reading comments, y'all. I'm trying to catch up on comments. Morgana, I don't think that Abigail is considering. I think she's at work. Pretty sure she is. She's been talking about she is.
No, not this time, Morgana. Maybe next time. I am trying to liven it up in between calls. Y'all help me get the
I'm,
conversation going. Let's go.
I
Come
I
on.
am right now. I am the only one here
Oh.
because
Well, then
QB
let's
is
keep.
muted.
No, she's not. QB, get your butt back here.
She has a phone call,
Oh, okay, whatever. Fine.
so she
All
had to
right.
be muted.
So, what are we thinking? Like, how many days of testimony did they predict, and how? Let's start a poll that is an unofficial poll because Jenny hasn't put it up. But what are we thinking timeline wise? Do we have an approximate time, like number of days that they said that this case they like estimated? Does
The
anybody
month
know?
the month of February.
Okay, now do we think that this testimony is going to go lower than the month? Is it going to go sooner than they anticipated? Is it going to go exactly, or do you think it's going to go over? What do you guys think?
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that it's going to stay on track, or a 2 in the chat if you think it's going to go shorter.
Yeah. So let us know. I'm
Yeah.
curious because every case that I have ever seen and watched has always been like the lawyers always be like, oh, it'll only take X amount of days max, and then next thing you know, we're deep in the weeds. Like
Yeah.
Can't come out of it. They always they're saying they're overestimating, but I just do not see how this is an overestimation. But it's why I'm not a lawyer.
Considering the witness list, yeah.
Yeah, I will say though, those first witnesses, they were like, bim, bam, boom, let's go, boom, 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 boom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
that's true. It's true.
That is true.
I haven't looked at the witness list recently, but I will say they probably just based on the amount of time that they had after opening statements, they probably just grabbed whoever was going to be like 2 to 3 questions and are saving for the long testimony for full days is what I would assume. But
yeah,
again, I'm not a lawyer.
Right. Well,
agreed.
We did look at the last list that prosecution put up, and again, this is just prosecution. This is not even defense. I haven't found the defense one yet, but there was like 78 or something like that on the
78 possible witnesses to call. Yeah.
And then 75 law enforcement and 6 experts. So experts will probably be at quite a bit because that's going to be
experts
the DNA stuff and
yeah, for sure. I would like to see the defense side of their witness list. I would also, personal opinion here, and I'm sure that, hold on, let me just take this.
Oh, you're back, QB. Yay.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I had a doctor. Yeah,
it's okay. I got you.
I'm on wait for doctors calling back and stuff. So
yeah, totally understand.
Personal opinion here, and Jenny may not co-sign, but I feel like at the end of this trial, when it is time for victim impact statements and for the judge to rip him a new butthole, I hope they drag him kicking and screaming. I hope they duct tape him in that chair. You cannot move, sir. Shackle his legs and cover his mouth so he cannot talk. I do feel like this man should have to be present, and he probably also like his hands too, so he can't cover his ears. I just feel like this man should have to be there for victim impact and judge tearing him a new butthole. That's my feeling.
I want to look into New Hampshire and see if that is a requirement, because in some states they do require for the defendant to be present for the victim impact and sentencing.
So go over the prediction again, because I missed it and some people in chat also missed it.
Yes.
Was it to see if they were going to go off the rails with timing?
Yes, it was 1 if you think they were going to stay on track with timing, being the month of February, or 2 to be shorter than the estimated time frame.
And Mickey, I agree, but on the same token, I feel like
or longer. 3 was longer. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep.
I feel like he's a sociopath, so really him being there probably wouldn't affect him, and I think his presence may actually affect the witnesses.
I agree.
Right.
So I feel like, him making that decision, I feel like he should be there and he should have to, stand trial, like actually stand trial. But honestly, I don't think it would affect him, and I think it would be worse for the witnesses.
And I will say that that is the one benefit to him not being there.
Yes.
However, on that day, man, if
Yeah.
they'd all kicking
Yeah.
and screaming drag him.
Yeah, I think he needs to be there.
Like I said, I probably will look into that to see if it's required in New Hampshire, because like I said, in some states it is. It don't matter if you ain't been there throughout the trial. When that day comes and you're getting, whether you find out you're guilty or not guilty, and all that victim impact statements and all, yeah.
In that other case, I love that transport officer was like, no, sir, you are not getting out of this, and blasted it the whole way there, the whole way
Mm-hmm.
back to the jail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Yeah.
any state should ever let that be an option, ever.
I feel like at least for victim impact statements and sentencing, he should be forced to be there, only because how, like, you can't like, I mean, of course you can sentence someone who's not there, but it's not the same. And I think that these people deserve closure. All the people that loved Harmony, they deserve closure, and they deserve to have him actually physically there
Yeah.
to
That's
hear
what I was going to
their
say. They should have the right to face him.
yes.
Not so much him facing them, but them facing him and speaking directly to him. Not a picture, not an empty chair, not his defense attorney. No. I want to tell you what I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
And I will also say that I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this that doesn't come across rude. I'm also trying to decide if I care. I feel like with the jury sort of knowing he's not there, it really, to me, in my opinion, emphasizes the type of person that he is, that he doesn't even want to be there when they discuss the murder of his daughter. That to me is more indicative than some of the testimony itself, that he is in fact guilty.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it started back on the body cam footage when they came and said, look, you're not in trouble. We don't have a warrant. We don't want you right now. We just want to know. We just want to see Harmony. We just want to make sure she's okay.
Yeah.
And he was like, I have nothing to say to you. I have nothing to say to you.
Yep.
Really? Really?
Yeah. And a lot of times right there, trying to be silent like that shows a sense of guilt.
Yep.
It shows signs of guilt in something.
Yep. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And then when they ordered him to produce her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Hey, look. Ooh, Gail.
Ooh. Watch your symptoms, hon.
Yep. And even if you're not symptomatic, get tested.
Yeah.
I don't want to start a whole argument in the chat about testing or not testing or whatever, but please get tested. Just especially if you're around elderly, children, immunocompromised, just get tested even if you're not symptomatic.
Yes.
Yeah, Cassie. So the newest strain is actually showing up non-symptomatic. People are testing positive and they're not having any symptoms at all. Those are the lucky ones.
Yep.
Because I've had it and it's not good. But yeah, they are actually showing up. It's been a real problem at our skilled nursing facility. People are like, I feel fine, and they're not.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, I'm one of those that have an compromised immune system.
Me too.
And I have to do the testing quite often.
Yep, me too. I have a whole stack of them.
A whole stack of the home tests. That's what I do.
That's the thing that's scary now is with RSV.
Mm-hmm.
So RSV used to be we were carriers. Adults were carriers. but it only affected symptoms, or
Yeah.
it only fit children.
Children. Yeah.
Now adults are actually becoming symptomatic and they're dying from it.
Yeah.
And it's really scary. It's like really
Yep.
scary.
Yep. Gail, I'm with you.
Yeah, Gail.
I have been extremely lucky and have not gotten it.
Yeah.
So, but when our levels are high around here, I take precautions when I have to go out in public and things along that line. Let's see here.
Yeah, SRB. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's mental. He's mental.
Oh yeah.
Like Steph said, when he blew a kiss to the family when he was leaving, the fact that nobody jumped up and ripped his face off.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about them guarding what's her name, Shooter's mom,
Jennifer.
Thank you. You know, they were blocking her. They'd have had to block me because y'all would have been calling me and like, "Where's QB? She's under the jail."
Mm-hmm.
Because she done ripped this man's face off.
Yep. I think I made that a comment before in a trial that if something like that, if I was around it, that it had to put me in shackles too.
Yeah. So SRB. Oops, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, especially involve my child.
Yeah. Yeah. SRB, if it depends on the doctor, but like my doctor, I have a really good relationship with. So when I tested positive, I was able to call them and they called me in a couple things. But there is some treatments for it. It really only it's really only to try to minimize the symptoms and keep it from like getting worse, like getting into pneumonia and stuff like that. But yeah, they do have some things.
Yes, they do.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's not feeling good? I'm getting back in here now. Who's not feeling good?
Gail was had a
around somebody who tested
was around somebody for COVID. So she says she feels fine, but we were just saying go ahead and get tested.
Yeah, be on the precaution side.
Yeah, for sure.
I test on the reg because of my immunity, but also because of the people that I work with.
Mm-hmm.
And so because I go from a skilled care facility and then to M, I'm constantly testing to make sure I'm not carrying anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Are you back, Jenny? You're back?
Jenny!
Yeah.
We're not in charge anymore. Yay!
Yeah, I know, right? We're like, let's read comments. Try to get something here.
You guys crack me up. You crack
Cassie, did she have RSV or did she have COVID? Either
that's
way.
scary. Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, my son had RSV when my oldest had it when he was a baby, and we almost lost him, and it was terrible. It was terrible.
Yeah, my little one was in the hospital when he was 6 months old. He had a severe case of bronchiolitis. We were in the hospital for a week with him on that, and he was only like baby, 6 months old. So.
Yep.
That's awful.
It is. It's hard to deal with stuff like that.
Especially because they compensate, and then they don't.
Right.
Like, it's like, I'm fine, I'm not.
Yep.
Oh my God. Whenever Eli was little, he did the same thing. He was like, I can't remember. I think he was like 6 months old maybe. And he was put in the hospital they were checking him for like pneumonia and stuff. But it turned out it was just some kind of a viral chest cold, and that was scary though.
Well, now, thankfully now the test, when you go and get tested, not the home test, but when you go like to PCP is flu A, flu B, COVID, and RSV.
Yeah.
They test for all.
Well, yeah, the most clinics are doing that. We can't say all clinics are doing it, but most clinics are doing
Yeah,
that.
a lot of them. Yeah, they're moving to that. Because again, you can be a carrier of RSV and not be symptomatic.
Yes.
Mm.
Yep.
I've had it
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 times, I think now at this point.
Mm.
Ugh. And I'll tell you another thing I had last year, I think it was, type A or influenza A or whatever.
Flu A, that's a nasty one.
That
Mhm.
was way worse than COVID ever
Yep.
thought about being.
That is
I
a
had to have
nasty one.
Yeah, I had to go to the emergency room and get, like, breathing treatments and be put on
Yep.
steroids and all kinds of stuff. It was awful.
Oh no, Cassie. You had RSV? It's
Ooh.
terrible. It's
Yeah, that's
terrible.
hard.
What baby?
Mom.
Joey, hi.
Jolie.
I sent
love
you
it.
a message, Steph. I thought that was you. I sent you a message in the back chat.
I sent it to you too, ma'am.
She's backstage, but I didn't wanna put her up until I knew she was ready.
Oh. Oh,
Okay.
she's hanging out. Oh, she's hanging out in the wings.
There she is.
Oh.
Steph. Hi, friend.
Hi, am I in there?
You're
Yes.
here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're here.
Because I have it on my laptop so I can type.
Yeah.
And it wasn't showing on my laptop screen. So I'm like, am I really here? I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
if y'all have this app, but I like it.
The StreamYard app?
Yeah.
Is there an
I need
app?
to
Because I haven't found one yet.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
an app.
Oh.
Yeah.
You
I
have an
need to get
iPhone,
it.
right?
Mm.
I have to find
I
it.
do.
Barbecue.
Ma'am.
You have an iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it'll pop up at the top. It'll ask if you want to open the app. So I
It
downloaded it
never does.
yesterday. Well,
It has
there's an
not.
app, and the way that it works is you can actually, because you know, when you do it in a browser, you can either see the screen or see the comment.
Yeah.
The app lets you see both at the same time.
Shut up. I need the app.
Yeah, I
So-
need to download the app then too.
Yeah, so then the lead can't complain that we're ignoring chat because we can see it all on the same screen.
Facts. Okay, we're all on our way to Jenny's house. They're bringing spaghetti.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go
Ooh.
watch. Like, are they close? Because I'm gonna have to go look, and I have no cash. I have no cash to pay them. I'll have to PayPal them
I'll
or
bring
Cash
garlic
App
bread.
them.
Cash app.
Cash app.
Cash App. All right, I'm gonna run over and go look out the door for them real quick so I don't miss them.
Okay.
Alrighty. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
So if anyone is interested in the whole thing with the guy who chose for the impact statement, it's the most recent episode of 2020. I watched it on
Yes.
Hulu. It's the
Mm.
murderer in the minivan.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jeffrey Willis, I think is his name. He kidnapped one girl from the gas station she worked at, and her body has never been recovered.
Mm.
But they did find blood evidence. And then there was another woman who was on a job, and he shot her 3 times to the back of the head,
Mm.
and then moved her body across. And then there was another, the way that they broke open the case, because they didn't even connect these two, was there was a third girl who was a teenager who was walking home from like an all-night bonfire house party scene. And he pulled over and asked if she wanted a ride home, and she asked if she could use his phone because hers was dead. And he said yes. So she got in, and then he locked her in the car, refused to give her the phone, told her his phone was dead. And then she was like, let me out right now, like freaking out. And he pulled a gun to her head. And she jumped out of the moving car
Mm.
and ran to a house nearby. And then they were able to get like surveillance from some blueberry farm. that was close by that showed the van. They were able to track the van to the guy. That's
Oh
when they
wow.
connected all three. But yeah, they interviewed the last girl who was a teenager at the time, an adult now.
Oh wow.
But yeah, if it wasn't for her, and she was saying like everyone says I'm a hero, but like I would rather not be. I would rather it not have happened to me.
Right.
So, but yeah, they had the trial, and then when the victim impact statements were going to happen, he asked to be excused. The judge allowed it, and on his way out, he turned back and blew a kiss at the second victim's family.
Mm-mm.
And they're like, "Oh my God, he just blew a kiss! He just blew a kiss!" And the judge still let him leave. At that point, I would have been like, drag his ass back in.
Right. Yeah. When
But
you at an action like that, and the non I don't give a crap attitude, especially for something that you did, I think you need to hear how it affected other people. You may not care because you did it, but the fact that you affected other people
And
like
again,
that,
even if you do that, and it doesn't affect them, those people have a right to face him
yeah,
yeah,
yep,
face to face.
and finally know that
Yep.
you are now at fault. This is your fault. You're the reason why this happened to us, and we can act. They have their opportunity to see that justice is being served for the victims. I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
for sure. They changed the law after that happened, where
Did
now they
they?
have to. Yeah, they changed the law where they have to be present for the impact after that,
That's good.
because I'm sure because of the whole blowing a kiss thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was like so angry, and then they showed one of the prosecutors, and they're like, "Oh yeah." And then the police came up and asked us if they could have a recording, and if they minded if we played it for him on the
I love
transport.
that guy so much. I love
Yeah,
him so much for doing that.
yeah.
You
So
said
yeah,
it's
they
Murder in the Minivan?
yeah, murder.
Okay, I just added it to my episodes. I'll watch it later. Oh, they have the Gypsy Rose. I haven't been in here in a while. I've been watching all these
Yeah,
trials and researching and stuff.
they did Gypsy Rose the week before.
Mm.
I'm so sick of hearing about her.
So have y'all heard about the thing that they're researching now or investigating now about a possible serial killer in Austin
I've heard
and that Lady Lake?
about that for some
Yes, I've
time,
heard about that.
but I
So
didn't know they were actually investigating. I just heard that
so
people were suspecting it, but the
yeah,
police
so
were
people
like,
are throwing down, like people are throwing down about y'all need to start looking into this. And I don't know. I mean, my family's in near Austin. And I don't know like what kind of hinky behavior is going on over there, but the fact that they have not investigated this and it's been shown like these bars, these people are being drugged. They know they're being drugged. They can pinpoint it to like 3 different bars on the same street. And they think it's they were saying, I can't remember where was I watching that. I watched too much stuff. But they were talking about how they think there's like 2 people involved. One is a bartender and one is like a watcher. And so the bartender slips the Mickey, and then the watcher grabs them when they go out. It's
"What's the
scary.
motive?"
I mean, it's they're I don't to kill people.
Yeah, just I wonder if they're trying to, because there's that whole smiley face killer.
There's what?
The smiley face killer?
Yeah, so they have determined that the smiley faces that they found near some of the places was kind of coincidental.
Yeah.
They don't
But
think it's connected.
it's such a
Um,
big myth that like
yeah,
all of these bodies keep disappearing and they're drunk and they end up in the water and along
yep,
the Atlantic coast or whatever. And I think some in Michigan. Maybe these crazy ass people in Austin were like, "Hey, let's do our own thing
yep,
here."
yep. Well, and the scary thing is that they're not doing any like hair testing. They're not doing any like they're not looking for anything. And even though the like a Molly or something would go out of the blood, you could still get it from the hair.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so that's why they say it's so important. And if y'all don't know this and you go out to the bars, they have nail polish that you can put on and stick in your drink that'll tell you if it's been drugged. They have test strips, they have all kinds of things. But y'all don't walk away from your drinks, please. I don't know
Yeah,
if
they
anybody
Mm-mm.
does. I don't know if
have
anybody
like
does,
special
but
lids now too.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
they have
I didn't
lids.
know this, but something as simple as eye drops.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, the eye
can give
drops, so what happens is the eye drops make you sick and they can give you diarrhea.
Mhm.
And then when you're incapacitated, that's when they can get you.
Yeah, I forgot what I was watching, but they were talking about eye drops.
That's how
And
people kill their husbands.
if enough is given,
Yep.
it can cause unconscious.
Yep.
But
Yep.
we watched. Didn't we watch an eye drop trial? Eye drop murder trial.
Yeah,
we?
so I didn't watch it with y'all, but if you do it slowly over time, you can kill somebody with the eye drops.
Mhm.
Not that I'm
Mhm.
telling anybody how to do it. Y'all don't come for me. I know FBI, you're watching me. You got my Wi-Fi.
Right.
I know it's okay. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just saying it happens.
It might have been like
Uh,
the Dan Martell because Crime Weekly is covering it, and I believe Wendy's mom told her to put eye drops and
mm,
stuff.
Mm.
yeah, I'm gonna have to jump back in on this 2020. I've been slacking.
Lord have mercy, I'm back.
Hey,
Hi.
you got my spaghetti?
I got some spaghetti. I got
She
spaghetti. I got
said I
spaghetti.
got some spaghetti. I don't know if I got your spaghetti.
Hold on, and I'll show you what we got here. Sheesh. Hold on.
Stephanie.
Okay.
What?
Can you see me here?
I called her
So
all.
I have.
I went Jennifer on her. Y'all look in the chat on
Oh, how you doing?
StreamYard.
Yeah.
She changed her name.
Oh Lord.
Who changed their name?
Steph.
Steph.
That's how I came in.
I
Oh, yeah,
just
she
noticed
came
it.
in. So we have garlic toast.
Oh, you gotta rub it
Lot-
in.
Right.
And then I have yummy spaghetti dinners in these little containers. So yummy. Like, they always put loads of meat sauce in it. Mm. So that's what I'm going to be having for lunch/dinner. Ah, it smells
She
so
said,
good too. Smells
Jolie
really
is
good.
happy.
Look, I'm about to have to go
Jolie's
get me a
like, I want
snack.
to eat it out of my box.
Yeah, Jolie loves spaghetti, so I'll have to take the meat sauce off of it because she don't like the meat part, but she likes the sauce part. So
She's such a little vegetarian.
is well now give her some bologna or salami, pepperoni. She loves that kind of stuff, like lunch meats, but not real meats. It's so weird.
Okay, and I'm just gonna throw this out at you because I had a friend who had this. It could be a textural thing. It may
Oh
not be
yeah,
a meat.
100%.
It may not be a meat thing. It could be a
Mm.
textural thing because my friend, her daughter would not eat any kind of meat. There was a few that she would eat, and she's like randomly vegetarian. And it came to find out she had textural issues, which I totally understand.
Yeah,
Boba
Jenny
tea.
said that she'll eat like smooth meat, right?
She'll eat smooth meats like lunch, like
Yeah,
bologna or hot dogs,
yeah, yeah.
stuff like that.
It's
But
textural.
Yeah, it's a
mhm,
texture thing.
yeah,
Yep.
Sorry, I'm
it
just
is.
coming in, y'all. I'm learning.
You're good.
I'm the same way. I'm learning QB. I'm sitting back learning with you.
Oh, Patricia's talking about
Oh.
the cotton candy grapes. I still gotta find those.
Yes. It's
They're
summertime.
only
You gotta
available
wait.
for like 2 weeks in the summer.
Yeah, it's like the summertime, and you got to keep an eyeball out, and they're not cheap. And when you see that it says $3.99 a pound or whatever it says, don't you be grabbing that bag, because that bag's about 6 pounds,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be $24 in grapes. You'd be like, what happen.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, just get the little container.
Yeah, you just got to get a little container. Them grapes weigh a lot. I don't know what they put in there to make them taste like cotton candy, but it's heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Do y'all, okay, speaking of weird stuff, do y'all
Patricia,
know?
are you in California? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, barbecue. I'm just wondering where the hell they have cotton candy grapes in February.
Oh, Trader Joe's got the end. That's why.
Oh, we
Don't
haven't.
make me
Well, I
laugh.
know Trader Joe's is out in like California.
Oh, I have Trader Joe's here.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, Abigail, I'm sorry. I missed you. I didn't get to say hi hardly at all.
Dang,
Try,
work.
what time?
How
What time
dare.
do they come back?
They're coming back at 1:05.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
love
push
the grapes.
California.
Grapes are like some of my favorite. But I
Yeah.
don't. I only like the. Hold on. I gotta turn my camera on.
Yep.
Sorry, sorry. She usually stays to one side and then doesn't go back behind me. But every once in a while, whenever she tries to go back in the back of the bedroom, I have to like. That's why I keep my mic off because she likes to pop in and out. Yeah. Abigail is still trying to pay for her dragon, Mickey Jor.
Oh, speaking of which, abadabadoo, I got a package today. Ma'am, I got a package. I know what it is now. So I won a diamond painting from Abadabadoo, and I told her kind of a couple that I liked, and then she chose. So I had no idea what was coming, and I've been waiting, and it came today,
Oh, yay.
and I love it. And it's
What
not a
painting?
dragon. It is the Crying River. I don't know the name of
Oh,
it.
the alien girl crying river one.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a pretty
Yes.
one.
I
Yes.
love the colors on that one.
I love it so much. So now I have the Enable Outpost crying baby sad distraught person, and I have the alien Swartz design sad baby crying person. So Steph, you're next. You need a crying baby river sad ocean sorrow distraught person.
I'll have to
crack me
see
up.
if any of my artists have any.
The diamond paint. If anybody's in here that don't know what we're talking
Oh,
about, we're
sorry.
talking about. Yeah, Cassie's really confused. So, most of us in here are diamond painters. We craft,
We're
and
crafty
I
bunch.
have a craft channel, and then
I
sort
can't
of
post a
started
link.
scooting over to a new crime channel because, you know, have a different channel just for that. Because this kind of stuff, these kind of trials that we cover over here are not for the faint of heart. And I don't want my sweet, crafty people popping in.
Those sweet, kind little crafty people are like, what happened?
Yeah.
What? But it's the uncrafted crafter. I can't post a link because Jenny doesn't love me like that.
I'm sorry.
So,
Forgetting.
but anyways, it's the uncrafty crafter, and she's amazing.
She is amazing. We had a live last night. That was awesome. Congratulations, Emma, if you're listening.
Yeah, and I was in the wings, trying to pretend like I wasn't there because I was working, but I was there, but I was not there. I came in and caused a little chaos and then left. This is what I do.
Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yay.
I don't really, I mean, I used to do a lot of like recorded content over there, unboxings and stuff. But for the longest time, even long before the crime channel started, I really had only, stuck to mostly just my Thursday night live streams. So, but I
She
love to diamond
also
paint.
has an Etsy shop with the most amazingest OSNAP dots.
Oh, yes.
And if y'all haven't tried them, I got to get me some chunky ones. Some chonky ones. But they're amazing, Jenny. They're amazing. I love them.
I want to try your Snap dots.
I like won like the lottery Okay.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting that that's how we met was
Yeah. So
I
I
keep
won like the lottery, and I got like a group of gifts. And so there was the O Snaps, which I'd been wanting to try, and I got those, and a cute little cover minder that says cross stitch makes me happy, but you not so much. And we love it. And but the snaps I love, because I love me some glue dots,
yeah.
but some glue dots that smell. Come on now, that's where it's
Yeah, they're
at.
Yeah.
fun. And they're sparkly and glittery
They are
too.
sparkly. So me, when I used to use just the regular glue dots, well, I ended up starting to get the bigger ones. But I was using the micros, and I was putting like 5, 6, 7, 8 in the, the multi-placer. I need the big
Well,
one.
I did that too for a long time. Most people did until I
Yeah.
started making the chunky ones,
Yeah,
and
I
then
need
when I
the
started making the
chunky.
chunky ones, those are strictly for
Yes.
multi-placers, but thank you,
Yes.
Kel. I appreciate the links,
Thank
babes.
you, Kel, because I can't do it.
And
But I'll talk
Jenny,
about it.
I sent you my most recent completion from Elizabeth and one of my whips from Abigail if you want to show.
Ooh.
Ooh, where
I
did
just
you
got
send
them.
them to?
I texted.
Texted. Uh-oh. Why am I text? Oh, y'all, I forgot. Hold on. Stand by.
So we can
I'll be right.
promote our friends and chat.
Friends and that's
Oh,
the sad baby crying river sad person.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, that's really
she's
pretty.
beautiful. I have her too.
I made a lot of, well, not a lot,
Here,
but
let
I
me
did some for
oh, you're getting in trouble, Jenny.
why am I in trouble?
You go look at chat.
We are literally
Uh-oh.
married.
You can't
Oh,
be a mod and be married. Like I mean, you
It's
can't
a
do it.
conflict of interest,
oh, we're
Abigail.
back, we're back, we're back. We have
Oh,
audio. We have
Okay.
audio and a camera.
They ain't got her shackled like they did Jennifer.
Just be careful with the lid on that, please. All right, is everyone ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Someone is urinating in the courtroom. Someone is urinating in the courtroom.
I keep thinking that. I was looking down, sending an email. I'm like, who's being in the courtroom?
No, it
see
was
what I
me. I
said?
forgot to turn my mic off. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stop it.
All right, for the jury.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I just remind you that you remain under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're gonna have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29,
Yes.
and that's the day after Thanksgiving,
Yes.
a couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? Second, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident?
Yes.
And telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha. Because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting them, either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
So
I don't remember not having them in the car.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Show you a copy of a report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there that talks about the gist of the accident.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that conversation with the police. You recall the accident,
Yes.
and you recalled that it was near Market Street.
Yes.
And you recalled that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police. Sorry. A little mixed up, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine,
Yes.
but you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter.
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there.
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam.
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
Margaret, I feel that statement 1,000,000%. It makes me sad that some people don't or can't. But I do. I 1,000,000%.
Like to the depths of my soul.
Yeah.
Same here.
Makes you reevaluate for sure.
Anybody else notice that she's got her hair up into a ponytail? She looks more awake right now. Maybe she, ate some protein or some
Got a cup of
carbohydrates or
coffee.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, she got some food in her. She got some umpness coming back after
Mhm.
lunch. It was probably a really good thing. Just saying.
Yeah.
I do
I
love
just
how she's
Sometimes you
leaning
wouldn't
in
let him see
though.
the kids, and sometimes you would.
Oh.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him,
Yes.
and you'd communicate your anger to him,
Yes.
and then sometimes you got jealous,
Yes.
and you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but
because he was accusing me too.
right,
Oh,
right. It was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you, right? And you'd get mad at him, or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the same way with me too.
Right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
and that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however, and I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
Can you give me that word? You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In
Yes.
that letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
Steph says we need a poll at the end for all people whose only knowledge is watching the trial to see what they think.
That's
Might
a
give
cool
us some
idea.
insight. That is cool. Absolutely.
Margaret, I'm with you. I'm having major flashbacks to 5th grade. This teacher I had, this woman reminds me of her, dresses like her, talks like her. I'm not okay.
She reminds me of a teacher I had in high school who called me a whore for showing one of my female friends the design on my tank top under my sweatshirt. So I still had
Oh,
the
Lord.
sleeves of the sweatshirt. I just lifted it up to show her the design. I was a whore for that.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Good
She does what
grief.
she reminds me of a teacher I had in elementary school too. I'll have to tell y'all what her nickname was later.
Oh, no.
In elementary school, y'all be
In
using
elementary
that word?
school. Hold on, I'll send it to y'all in private chat.
Y'all be using words like that?
70s and 80s era teachers, bless them, but we will never forget. Oh, my Lord. I had one school teacher when I was in what grade was I? 3rd or 5th? I think it was 3rd. And she was something else. She was something else.
I had a teacher in 7th to call all of us her little cherub. I love
her little churros.
Cherubs, like angels.
Cherubs. I was like, churros? Why is she calling you churros?
Rude.
We were all Mexican. She was racist.
God. I was wondering. I was like, wait, what?
You know, she'd call us all cherubs, even the bad kids.
Oh, wow.
Sounds like she was a liar.
And she's so sweet. And then she ended up at my high school, and I was so excited when I saw her there.
Same, Patricia. That's how it was when I was growing up in school.
So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the Fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the Fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? Yes. And then during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right? overruled.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, you know, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. Uh, during that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted. Well, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. You finish?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before
About
the kids still having their mother when
okay,
this situation occurs,
right?
and that he would take everything
Yeah,
so that I could be with the kids.
right. You two talked about that and what would happen, and you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right,
That you were the mother of his children, right?
right,
And you needed to be there for his children,
right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death
Right.
because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right,
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right,
And you wanted treatment, right?
right,
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That
Yes.
was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID. Coach?
Yeah, someone said she seemed droopy again. I feel like she's getting a little bit droopy, but she does keep like picking back up her like momentum, so to speak. Um, hey
But
everybody
her,
coming into the chat.
hey, but her body language is confident.
I feel
She's
like it
leaning
too.
in, she's listening, she's like, and I
Are you
mean, other
showing
than
again?
the whole he was going to take the fall, she's corrected her when she's tried to trip her up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, no, I said what he did.
Mm-hmm.
She's definitely showing a lot more engagement
Yep.
to go, hey, you know, I believe prosecution was a little bit more relaxed for her, but this one, well, it relaxes and she's not having to like defend herself.
Right.
Where
Yeah, and
here she
she,
is like, I'm ready.
like, she's not coming off as defensive either.
No.
Mm-mm.
She's just like, I'm telling, this is the truth. Like, it is what it is.
Right. Yeah, because there's a difference in like saying what you know is true and then coming forcefully with trying to prove
Right.
it, you know?
Yes.
And let's not all pretend that if we were not in her situation, that we would have not made a deal to testify.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, they're trying to be judgy. Oh, well, you made a deal. Everybody would do the same thing. We may not be in that situation, but I'm just saying, like, if they offer
Yeah,
you a deal,
A lesser time away than what you could potentially be facing.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're not going to not take a deal.
no. And the thing is like victim or not, I mean, it's obvious, right? She was a
She
victim
was,
of
yeah.
Yeah.
DV. But also, you know, um I don't know, I just keep going back to there's a lot of people that I know that have been victims of DV and they would never once stand for what she stood and allowed to happen. That's what bothers me. But at the same time, I mean, these people are coming at her with the "you did it,"
Yeah.
you did it, and I
Yep.
think so too, Steph. I don't feel like it was. I think. I mean, she got way too much credit here for my taste. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. The fact that she could potentially be just walking out of there in just a little few months. Ugh.
The objection is withdrawn. Exhibit G, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. Sorry, I couldn't. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. He was in your past now.
Not really, but
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022, May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay, and this is State's Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. Do you remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
yes,
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years.
Yes.
In prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once.
Yes.
You lied more than twice.
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury.
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about. They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note.
Yes.
The grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell. Was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right? Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said You thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam,
Yes.
and you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car, you were going to work, and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift, and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about
It was the location.
the location, not the
Yes.
day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You
No.
didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And, but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught,
Yes.
and you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam, and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
But you didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died,
Yes.
and she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you,
Yes.
and you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that again was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else.
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said? And he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is the son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head. So something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped into your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead, right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
months.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said, And you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
They said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
Well,
when it's the lie.
okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers?
Yes.
And that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
you'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the
All right, hold on. No speaking objections. Please approach.
Sorry, guys. I'm literally over here eating my spaghetti.
Rude.
Sorry.
You got to make sure you got enough for everybody.
Share with the
That's a
class.
no-go. That's a no-go. That's a no-go.
Y'all,
And
my
yes,
eyes
Told the
look like
grand
Kayla's.
the last time you saw
Oh.
Harmony was November 30th,
Yes.
which was 3 days after your eviction.
Yes.
But that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks
Yes.
after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial
Yes.
for those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times, yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No,
Okay.
we'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
So Margaret said something a while ago about, is this like watching paint dry? Absolutely. Right now that I've had a very carb heavy meal with toast and spaghetti, my eyes are also drooping, just like QB said, like Kayla's, like,
Like so hard.
mm-hmm.
Like we get it.
She keeps bringing up this grand jury stuff and her statements in the grand jury, and it's already been clarified that yes, she did. She lied during the grand jury.
All the prosecution has to do is stand up and go, we established you lied to the grand jury. That's why you're in jail, right? Right? Okay, cool. Bye.
Right. Exactly. And maybe they will do that on redirect.
That's literally why she's in jail.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's not every little lie. She admits I lied. Period. Do I need to tell you every single lie? Or are they trying to get more more counts on her or something? I mean, I don't understand. You know what I mean?
Right. Every single one.
Yeah, that's literally like they're going to go through every single lie she had or told.
And I don't know if their point was to try to trip her up, but they're not tripping her up.
No, they're not. She's staying on top of it.
She's got it. They gave her a
She's
Red
got
Bull
it.
at lunch.
She's got it because she's telling the truth. I
She's
feel like
telling the truth.
100%.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she was abused. She was in love with her abuser still. For whatever reason, she was trying to protect him. Okay, we get it.
Now she's had that time for separation and
Yep.
space in between, and now she's putting her foot down.
Yep. Well, she finally made the decision to leave.
Yeah.
And she took the kids and she left. And when she did that, she's like, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, she probably lied too because she knew she was culpable and she didn't want to be charged either.
Right.
No, I don't think so either, SRB. I'm sure the jury is thinking, yeah, they've already got their mind made up, in my opinion. I mean, I know they I don't mean about the whole thing,
Okay.
Right.
but I do mean
So,
about the
and I'm
story,
starting
right?
at
Yeah.
page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any.
I honestly feel like they're proving their point that they have nothing on her that she was responsible. Meaning that she actually did it.
Right. For sure, Kel says, I see why the defense is trying so hard, though, because this is all the prosecution has, really.
Trying to put that doubt in the jury's mind. Was she she lied to the grand jury? How do we know she's not trying to lie now?
Right. I think they're
Yeah, but I
just
mean,
reaching and stretching for every single lie. They're like, see,
but
she lied here, 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 here.
is the jury not seeing that for what it's worth?
Yes.
Right.
And at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay, so you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. but you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Overruled.
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27th, right?
Yes.
And for that 2 week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach.
She's drinking her water again. Tell you what, this chick is better at drinking water than I am.
That ain't no lie. As I drink my Dr. Pepper because I finished my coffee.
Yeah, I'm drinking my last little bit of my coffee too.
If y'all don't know, it's a great tactic to give you time to answer or to calm down or whatever. If you're in a discussion with somebody, you take a drink of water. They don't know you're calming down. They just think you're taking a drink of water. Gives your brain about 2-3 seconds to reset before you take somebody out. Just saying. I might have used it. I don't know.
I might have used it.
It works. Mary Lou says she's got a big bladder. Truth.
Oh, Lord. I don't know what they're going to do next with him. I don't know. It's obvious that they're going to probably finish out with. I don't see them having anybody up because they're going to do redirect too.
That you got evicted on the 28th, 27th.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
Or to her mother's.
Yes.
So that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2 week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2 week period for Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2 week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth, right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right? After that, maybe it is a good spot. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes. And we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors.
"15-minute break." Yeah.
Break time, break time.
Okay, so we've established that she lied, and that she lied, and then she forgot her lie, so she slipped up because of what really happened, and then so that's where we are. Am I there?
Step down.
Yeah.
About a 15-minute
Okay.
break.
Yeah.
And she can
Yeah.
come back to the stand.
Hey, she lied. Just to let you know.
She did lie. Yeah, she lied.
And then she slipped up because she was lying, and she
Wait, did someone
accidentally told
lie?
the truth.
Did I miss that? Did someone lie? Was there a lie?
Okay, I'm just saying, like, I just want to make sure. So she slipped up because she was lying, and she accidentally told the truth, but we're mad about that. Okay, got it.
Oh, but wait. She's
So
in
she
jail
lied.
because she lied.
Lord, Lord, Lord. I mean, I think that, if there's one thing the defense has been really good at, it's proving that she lied.
Yeah.
SRB and Elizabeth, they're like, wait, she lied? Who lied?
Oh,
I mean, the
Lord.
defense would know a lot about that since they're lying about who's actually responsible, in my opinion.
Oh, you guys, everybody in the chat's cracking me up. Oh, Tammy, I have no idea. Do you know what, though? Tammy says, did anyone find out if the coward idiot is watching this from jail? So, I kind of hope that he is, but I kind of hope that he ain't. Because in my opinion, he should be sitting right there watching it. But like Hubie's mentioned several times, it's kind of a good thing that he's not in the jail in the courtroom, because it could potentially sway
Yeah, I think I
Kayla's
ain't mad.
testimony.
Yeah.
I ain't mad.
Well, I think it would have swayed Kayla's and Kevin's, his uncles.
Yep.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
If he was physically there, yeah.
They're still going to be triggered by him. They're still going to be scared of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad he's not there. I mean, because I don't think him being there, I think that he is a sociopath. I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters if he's there or not. And again, for the impact statements, him being there is not for him being there. It's for the victim.
For the victims.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the family members. Yeah.
Yep. The family members. Yep.
Elizabeth says, but they didn't need to prove that because she openly admitted it, didn't she?
Ma'am, she's in jail because
Yeah.
she perjured herself. We know
But-
she lied. Like,
But
that's
all
why
they
she's
can
serving
do
time.
is say she lied this many times. How do we know that she's not lying about things now?
See, and that's what I'm saying is that that's probably the reason why they're going to do it right now is they're probably going to go off and spin it again about, well, she lied to the grand jury and she's going to get this deal if she does this. Mm-hmm. So how do we know she's not lying now to get the deal?
Especially the fact that she's getting immunity for everything.
Okay,
That's
but
a lot of incentive to lie.
But my thing is, okay, if they had all this evidence that Kayla was the one that killed Harmony and not Adam, would they be harping on the fact that she lied? No. They would be going through they don't have any evidence. That's what I'm saying. And they're proving that. To me, they're proving that they have nothing other than, well, she had, incentive to lie. Well, of course she had incentive to lie. She also had incentive to lie when she was trying to protect him. Because she was trying to protect him. So
they're trying to create reasonable doubt, but it's not reasonable enough.
I don't think it's working. To me, it's not working.
It's not working. It's not reasonable enough. There's nothing.
No.
No, not enough doubt.
Kel said, I think Adam is lying that he didn't do what he's accused of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Elizabeth, no, I'm not saying the prosecution. I'm saying the defense has been saying that it wasn't Adam, that it was Kayla.
Yeah.
And so, if and I agree, if there was any question that it was Kayla, the prosecution would have never given her a deal.
Mm-mm.
He would have been the one offered to do.
Exactly. We all know. We know.
Yeah.
We know.
So
We're
just in
on the
case,
road.
just in case anyone is confused, because I know the whole, well, if she's told a lie, then why are you saying she's telling the truth? So the thing is, she lied to the grand jury about the way things happened, about Adam saying that he had taken Harmony to her bio mother and all that kind of stuff whenever he didn't. She said that to try to keep him out of trouble.
Right.
Well, then she perjured herself. She was found guilty of that, but took a deal in order to testify against him in court as to what really happened. Now, as far as what she's saying that he did to Harmony, that is what we believe is the truth.
Yeah.
And I don't understand the reasoning behind this whole, I mean, she was like dead set on getting her to say that was a slip up.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I was lying and then I told the truth because that's what really happened by accident. I don't understand what point that proves at all.
You gotta remember this too. He's already pled guilty to falsifying criminal evidence and abuse of a corpse.
Yeah.
So he's still just facing the second-degree assault, the second-degree murder, and the tampering with a witness. That's
But I
what
think
he's
that was a
fighting.
setup. I think that was a setup. He agreed to that because as soon as he agreed to that, they came back and they said, "Oh no, Kayla was the one that did this."
Right.
So I did. I abused the corpse. I tampered with evidence, but I didn't do the other stuff.
Right.
Because that's what holds the big guns.
Yeah.
But waiting until the last second to do that also.
I'm saying it was a
not
setup.
good look. It's not a good
No,
look.
it was a setup.
Yeah, it was. It totally was. For that last minute, that's exactly what that was. Elizabeth says, I feel like
I'm mad
total
at you.
immunity. At who?
You, Jenny.
What did I do?
Because QB said, we know. And I said, but they don't know that we know. So we could have kept going and done another Friends reference, but you blocked it.
I'm sorry.
No, because she was trying to get to Elizabeth, and I agree 150,000%. She should have not. They threw everything they had at her.
Carla earlier. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I just saw Elizabeth's comment about Carla Mocha, and I'm like, I mentioned that earlier.
They threw everything they had at her and were like, here, you can have total immunity for everything. And I think, they didn't have to do that.
For those who are unfamiliar, Carla Homolka and Paul something, the Ken and Barbie killers. Bernardo, yeah. She got full immunity, and then they recovered home videos showing that she was a lot more involved than
Yep.
But that's what I'm saying though. Why did they have to throw her full immunity? I don't think they did.
I don't think she got full immunity. I think immunity, words. Anyways, I think that's one of the things that she originally wanted in her note, sketch thoughts, whatever that they found.
But the only thing that she's gonna serve time for is the perjury.
Yep.
She wanted immunity for everything else, and she got it. I mean, I respect.
Well,
her
I don't
for
know if
asking
she's
for
got
mental
immunity.
health.
I don't know if she's gotten immunity on this, but she may have gotten immunity towards her other charges that she was facing when the perjury came out. Because if you remember, when that case came up, it wasn't just perjury. There were other charges that they had.
Yeah.
They dropped it to if she would do this.
Yeah, but it's my understanding she's got immunity for this too.
Yeah, that's what the defense was saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got immunity across the board except for the perjury.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what that
Well,
website
then that's
said.
something I'm missing.
Yep. And as soon as she's done with her time, she's done, which is only a few months. As long as she did testimony. Now, I did like that the prosecution said, what is the penalty if you lie up here? If we discover you're perjuring yourself, what is the penalty? She goes, the deal's off the table. That's huge. That's huge. You're going to risk, you got total immunity from everything to lie? Nah. Nope.
So my question is, what do you think, like Elizabeth was talking about she doesn't agree with the total immunity, it should have never been offered, which I agree with. But here's what would have happened. What do you think the outcome would have been if she didn't agree and they didn't give her some kind of a sweetheart deal? Do you think that they would have
That's why I'm curious to know if she talked them down to that, if they were offering something else and she was like, nah, bro, I ain't gonna talk until you give me full immunity.
I don't know. It feels like she asked for all these things and they went, okay. Because she pretty much wrote down what she wanted, and that's pretty much what she got.
I'm
She's
just
like, I want this,
wondering
this, and
though.
this. Yeah, I agree.
It feels
I'm just wondering though, what do you think would have happened if they had not had her testimony? I mean, what
I don't think they
do
could
you think he
have
would have
a whole
been
lot of
found just
case.
as guilty?
Without her testimony, I don't think they'd have very much of a case. They
No.
couldn't put the second degree murder charge for sure.
So see, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's no question
And
that they needed
that's
her.
a big.
There's no
I
question.
mean,
there is the evidence of the blood and liquids in the ceiling.
But that's just
And
the corpse, right?
Yeah,
but that's just,
that doesn't prove that he killed her.
doesn't prove that he killed her. Her
Exactly.
testimony is the only thing that puts him, he's the one that hit her, he's the one that killed her.
And that's the biggest charge in this case is the second degree murder.
Right.
That's the whammy right there,
In my mind, I'm thinking, okay, the prosecutor is like, okay, well, we can either get Adam, we can try to get Adam without her testimony and possibly have a hung jury, or get him with her.
Yeah. Now that's a calculated
way,
risk. Absolutely calculated risk.
Yeah. But you got to weigh your options too. As a prosecutor, you got to weigh your options on which way do you take the chance or do you not?
And let's be honest, who's more of a danger to society?
Exactly.
In my mind, that.
Well, he could have come up with any sort of scenario. Oh, we have somebody in the background. Background person, can you let me know if you want to come up, if you're ready to come up right now? Okay, yay!
Okay, hi. I'm leaving work right now, so I just wanted to pop in. I was about 10 minutes behind, but I caught up because you guys were on a break. You were on a break, and I don't even watch that show. I never even seen that movie, show, whatever. I never even seen it.
Abigail hates Friends. She does not.
I've tried, guys. I've tried. I watched like an episode, and I couldn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I have to hate your fave, but I do. Anyways, no, I was just thinking while you guys were talking about how they would be able to get him, and Steph said exactly what I was going to say, is that there was like DNA alongside of her blood, but also like I feel like maybe you would end up with a hung jury without Kayla, but ultimately, like, I mean, I guess I'm just using my common sense, looking at the fact that like there was proof that he had at least said that he had smacked her around the house. There was proof that when the DCYF came to the house, he took Harmony and left. And there was also proof that he did not bring her to Crystal's house, and the child is gone. So if you look at absolutely nothing that Kayla said and you read in between the lines, he knows something. Now, whether or not he was going to get a conviction or a hung jury because
He would be found
Kayla's,
not guilty.
well, I mean, I feel like, oh, they're back. Oh, they're back. Okay, bye.
Love you. Bye. I love Abigail's. Abigail is like the other, half of me. And so she's like the complete opposite of me. I'm like the cool, calm, collected, and she's like the blah, 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 blah.
She's the yin to your yang.
Yeah.
I agree, though. I mean, I feel like I still feel like he's the problem. He is a bigger threat to society.
Mm-hmm.
So let's give her a deal. Let's get her testimony. Let's nail the coffin, and let's go with it.
I agree.
Yeah, I just feel like they're thinking the only way that we're going to 100% get him is if we have her.
Yep.
And she's like, well, if that's what you want, then you're going to have to give me everything I want.
Everybody ready?
She's doing good, though, man. She's doing good.
She is doing really good, and she's really taking time listening to the questions being asked.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Oh, God, what is that noise?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I like when she gets sassy.
Me too.
When
That
she's
would be
like,
me. I'd be like, no.
The looks on her face.
Okay.
The looks on her face.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Jury is coming in.
Oh. Sorry.
Oh, I agree too, Tammy. I just don't know how they would have done it without risking not being able to get him.
Please be seated.
But personally, I think she should be behind bars, 100%. Well, she is behind bars, but you know what I mean.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And overruled. I said grand jury again. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine, and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64, and this is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
Okay.
So when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine, and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, Do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020. Accusing you of things and punching you.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you
Yes.
come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts,
Yes.
and it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And we talked about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury,
Yes.
maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer,
Yes.
and one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013
Yes.
and got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together.
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017.
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And one of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail. And eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior.
Yes.
And you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free.
Yes.
And you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments,
yes.
Right?
Okay, you guys, incoming. A few sound bites for your pleasure. Here you go.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little. Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little.
So I want to talk about
Is she going to sleep now?
And your interview with the police, you certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
Do you need to stop? Maybe approach her on it.
I was wondering because she was making some really hard, like core bad faces. You know what I mean? Wondering if whatever medication she's taking is wearing off and she needs another one.
Could be.
I'm sitting here in the background. I'm not even going to lie. Look, hold on. I'll show you what I'm doing. Some of my nails are coming off. Cassie was in here earlier talking about her nails. I'm like, I need to fill in. And literally, this one was on the verge of popping off, and I popped it off. And then I popped this one off. So I need to go get them. I'm past going to get them done, like way past, but definitely going to go this weekend. So, oh my goodness. Do you think they're
Yeah, I
going
was
to
thinking
dismiss for the day?
There's a
they might have
possibility.
to. Yeah, you could tell like she was struggling, and not like fake struggling.
No, her
Like,
face is red.
yeah,
Yeah.
she looks like she's gonna be sick.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Good job, defense attorney.
She was
It's
acting super high earlier, Tammy. Now she's acts way more lucid now than she
Yeah.
did earlier today. And I'm really kind of wondering if she's not like needing
withdrawal. I don't know what they have her on, like if she's still on Suboxone or
She could
anything
be.
else.
Yeah, because the questions that they're getting to right now for her are not
It's stupid.
hardcore
Sorry.
questions. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
they're
it's
not
not like
like
it's getting
questions
to her.
that would make.
No.
Yeah, these are not the hard. If it would have been anything that she'd wanted to try to wiggle her way out of, it would have been earlier testimony.
Yeah.
Mm.
That dude's got to be 7 foot tall.
He is, and look how short the other guy is right there at the bench.
Like, I
He's
think the
literally
other guy is short, but I don't think he's as short as we think
Nope.
he is.
For
Oh,
everyone, and I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. If additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So, it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case. Okay. Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to you in the court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you and you're instructed not to speak with them, so they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. All rise for the jurors.
she can't even stand up.
Ween Baby says, I don't think they give inmates Suboxone or methadone.
Garrity, could you approach for just a minute? You may be seated.
I wonder what they're doing. He's pointing, the bailiff is pointing to her, to Kayla, I thought. I wondered about that too, Kel, light sensitivity, because it's bright in there, and if you do have a migraine, um,
As someone who gets them, I recognized she was acting like she was getting a migraine.
Very much so.
Yeah, Ween Baby, I'm pretty positive they do give Suboxone and Suboxone. You know what I'm saying?
That medicine.
In prison.
Yeah, I think they do, because once you're on it, you have to be like downgraded, and there's a whole process to it, because it can cause really bad health problems if you abruptly quit.
Yeah, you can't not take it. Yeah, she's struggling.
Yeah, she was, for sure. Ween Baby said there was one where a guy was wearing a hat and got permission. I forget which case. Crumbly, she says. I don't know.
Oh, because of the lights? Yeah.
Maybe. I think Margaret said, I think she's having a small breakdown or maybe a large one. I mean, it could potentially be like she's on the verge of like a panic attack or something. Who knows? I don't know.
It could be,
But
but like we were saying though, I mean, wouldn't that have happened earlier?
you would have
That's kind of
thought
what I
so.
thought.
I mean,
You
this
would have
is
thought
not
so.
like breaking news.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
Yeah,
could
well,
be
they
getting
were.
to her though. I mean, it's been a rough day. That's a lot.
It
Oh,
has
hold on.
been.
We have someone in the background. Let me see who it is. Let me see who it is. Oh, I see someone in the background. Hey, Miss Thang.
I just feel like, the fact that she's been on all day, she's been on the stand all day, like, and like when the prosecutors were questioning her, it was very much like normal, like pertaining to the case, important details. With this, it's also like I understand what they're trying to do. They are very much trying to show the jury just how much she's lied, just how much she's lied to a grand jury, and just how capable she is of lying, and how many lies she's told, so many so that she forgot how many lies she told. I get it. But do you see how like reactive she is to everything that they're asking her? Like she's catching the defense up on being like, you're actually incorrect. Like it's actually this, it's actually this, it's actually this. And so I feel like that's indicative of her telling the truth now. So she may have been lying in the past, but that also goes right back into she was living in a toxic, abusive situation for a very, very long time. And she was codependent on this man. And so, of course, she's going to do everything she can to protect him. So I really don't see how all those lies she told, when she's admitted she's told those lies and said the reason that she told the lies is for Adam, why we're still going over these lies. That's why she has the headache. And I believe that she has a headache. I believe that it's a migraine. I believe that the fucking defense, oops, sorry, you're on Jenny's channel, not my channel, sorry. I believe that the defense put her into that headspace because they wouldn't stop. It's all mindless questioning. It's nonstop. Anyways, that was my thoughts. I'm dropping packages off at UPS and USPS.
I love how you come in hot, Abby.
I know, right?
You just come in hot, like.
I don't have any other way to be. Sorry.
I know it's okay,
and
we
that's
love you
true.
for it.
That's true. I knew that was what she was going to do when she came in because she's like got it. It's built up, and it's like fixing to blow,
Yeah, and I feel bad for her. I really do. Like, I feel bad for her. Like, I know that she is very much to blame for the fact that this went on so long. I understand that she could have left and gotten help at any time, but just because she could doesn't mean that she was physically able to. When you're in that kind of a relationship, just because you could doesn't mean you can't.
Not only, Abigail, not only in that relationship, but also an addict.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
yeah,
and she had
dependent.
She had no driver's license, so whenever there was drugs, it would be him going to get them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So she was so incredibly dependent for so long that, of course, like there is, speaking for just my experience in life, there is a sort of like loyalty that you develop, and it does feel like betrayal, even if the person that you're with is wrong.
Stockholm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so when they were like, oh, you were going to betray him, you weren't going to tell the truth, you were going to betray him, she was in a long-term toxic abusive relationship. Even if she's telling the truth, it feels like a betrayal.
Yeah. And let's talk
because
about the
she
light
loves
bulb.
him.
Let's talk about the light bulb moment where she went, oh crap, I grew up watching this and I don't want my kids to watch this. And from that point forward,
and that was so compelling.
That point forward, she has not wavered. She left, she filed for divorce, she told the truth, all of the things. Why did we just lose the feed?
Because they're done for the day. They're probably going to start it back up
and raise your right
hand. No, but I lost Jenny.
They're showing
I
yesterday.
must have been watching. Oh, you know why I'm ahead? Because I was watching Law and Crime and not yours. What the heck? No, on the TV, not on my phone. On the TV, ma'am. I can't double dip. I can't give you double watch hours.
I'm
Okay, look,
kidding. I'm playing.
I
That
pick it
ain't.
up because the laptop, the tablet, and the phone. So I pick
Yeah.
up one
Yeah.
of QB's watch times.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
don't know. Is that portion of the testimony? I don't even know. I was so focused on driving just now. I don't even know who brought that up. But when she said that about watching her grow up like that, like she didn't want her kids to do that, that was so compelling to me.
Yep.
And if I'm
Mm-hmm.
a member of the jury, I'm looking at that moment and going, yes, she's lied. It's obvious that she's lied. She has admitted to lying. She's admitted that she was in a relationship and she was doing everything she could for this man who didn't deserve it, but she did it. Now, I'm seeing that as a juror and I'm going, oh, sorry, juror. I love the way that the judge, what is it, Judge Newman from the Murdoch case? Anyways, love
Yeah.
him.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love
Yeah.
him smash. But I just feel
Smashed.
like, yeah, I love him smash. I just feel like if I'm the juror in that situation,
Abigail, are
what?
you driving to Dunkin' Donuts?
I am not driving to Dunkin' Donuts. Now shut the heck up right now. I do not. I will not. That is illegal speaking. I can't. Dunkin', you worked at Dunkin' Donuts. Like, stop, ma'am. Anyways, the point of that was just like, if I'm on the jury, I'm seeing, like, because I'm not, I can't speak for everyone, but I can speak for myself. And I can say that a large majority of the female population and male and other, okay, has had experience in a abusive relationship. So they're looking, if you're coming to the case with that type of perspective, you're thinking, okay, I identify, I can see I've had similar patterns. Just saying.
And Lee, you're exactly right. So the part of the cycle of abuse is to continually put them down, and no one
Mm-hmm.
will want you, and you're an
No
addict, and
one,
you're
yep. Mm-hmm.
worthless, and you can't
Keep them
drive,
dependent on
and
you because
yet,
you're dependent on them.
yep, and you can't drive, and you know, where are you going to get your next fix, and whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
We'll
true.
miss you, JB. We'll miss you, JB.
Bye, JB.
Bye. Also, one more thing that I wanted to mention. I think I've forgotten it. Hold on, give me 5 seconds. Oh. I feel like, and this is, I 100% believe that she is responsible for portions of this, but I think that, like, especially as she's coming forward and, doing the right thing, I think that a little grace should be granted to her. I'm not saying she should get off scot-free, and I don't think that they should have given her full immunity, maybe like partial immunity, maybe tacked an extra year onto the time or two that she was serving. Like, she should pay for this, but I think that a little bit of grace is warranted, considering, like, when you're, first of all, like you guys are saying, an addict, and then when you're in that kind of a relationship, your mindset is all revolving around the drugs and this man.
And let's all go ahead and say we all agree that she got a sweetheart deal. We all agree
Mm-hmm.
that we think that she should be serving time. The fact is she's not gonna. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so here's my thing. She
We
has a
should
conscience.
collectively move on from that,
Yeah,
I think.
she has a conscience. Adam has no conscience. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So she has got to live with this, and as she gets clean and hopefully stays sober, she is going to have to deal with the fact that she is at fault for this child's death.
Yep, and she was a part of it
Yep.
and she was a part of covering it up. And you
Yep.
know what? When she gets to the point where she's able to look back in life and go, "Oh my God, what have I done?" She's going to be paying for this for the rest of her life in her
Yep.
head.
And as a mother, she's responsible for not giving closure to Crystal.
Yep.
Because she
Yep.
has no idea where that kid is.
Yep. And also in regards to, like, what we were talking about earlier, I do feel like she was happier to take, like, when people were like in the chat, they were like, "Oh, why didn't she leave when he started hitting her?" Because she was probably appreciative that he was her, not the kids.
Mm-hmm.
The thing
And
is, though,
that's
there's a
just
lot to
how I
be
feel.
said about him hating Harmony because he hated Crystal, because there's been nothing that said he was abusive to anybody but Kayla and Harmony.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I'm running into UPS.
I'm just waiting for the defense to bring up Kelsey.
Yeah, I don't know when they're going to do that.
In the weapons trial, anytime that they started talking about Kelsey, that's when she dirty looks. I don't even want to be saying this in case the defense watches it and this is not something they plan on saying.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna go.
Yeah,
for
they're
it.
gonna say that the only reason she's coming forward is because she's mad, screwing around with Kelsey and ended up dating Kelsey, even though apparently she was friends with Kelsey, and that's why she's saying.
But here's what I see happening. She has clapped back at every single thing that defense attorney has come with, and I feel like she's going to go, you know what? I am mad that he cheated on me. Wouldn't you be mad if you got cheated on? Yeah, I'm mad, but no, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. And she has spent better of 2 hours or so, maybe longer. I don't know, maybe shorter. I don't know. It feels like forever trying to impeach her, and she has consistently stayed true and corrected her when she made mistakes and is like, no, it wasn't that, it was this.
And that's probably why she has a migraine now.
I'm sorry, I don't care how pathological you are, you cannot do that over and over and over and over. Anyway, sorry.
I'm literally just sitting here listening because you guys are killing it, and I love the conversation.
It's just, and I mean, like I said, we all agree she should be serving time. She's culpable. She's responsible. Yes, but she's not going to serve time. Us saying that she needs to, it's not going to change that. She already made the deal. The deal is done.
And the fact of the matter is, after, like, for me anyway, after the defense got done saying, you know that when you made this deal, it wasn't going to work for this. It wasn't going to work for that. It was only for the past. It wasn't anything you've done in the future, and it wasn't going to do this and all of this. And all that's doing is making her seem more and more credible, because she has the, like, in this case, with like her being the star witness, she has the most to lose. Like, because if she's made the deal, but if it doesn't work, she's not getting it. Yeah.
That's what I said earlier. Like, if she lies and they find out she lies, the deal's off the table.
Yeah.
Okay. And she didn't get a blank check, for all future felonies or any other things that she does. She didn't get a blank check. It's for this and this only.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. And it just makes her more credible to me. Like, honestly, I get it. She's not a good person. I get it. She's done drugs. I get it. She was complicit in the murder and the cover-up. I get it. But she's the most credible person to me. And the defense, like, repeatedly slamming her over and over with these mindless, pointless, stupid questions. It just, like, I'm reminded greatly of Dick Harpootlian and Elaine. I'm looking at this, like, the jury's like, come on, this again? Really, Poot? Like, I'm just, that's the mindset that I have. And, like, really, Elaine, like, come on, Elaine, like, move on, Elaine. What if any, Elaine? What if any?
What if any? What if any?
What if any, Elaine? What if?
Elaine was the chick in the Johnny Depp trial, for those that are wondering who Elaine is.
That was Amber's lawyer, yeah. And then Dick Harpootlian was Dick Harpootlian from the Murdaugh trial. Oh my God, what the heck is going on over here? Is there an accident or what? Dude, the road is backed up, yo. Anyways, headed to post office now. I've done UPS.
And I might get in trouble for this, but, like,
I love it when you get in
struggle
trouble.
with migraines. I struggle with migraines, and the fact that she's dealing with a migraine kind of makes up for the fact that she's not serving a little more time.
And pushing through it.
Being complicit.
Because when they said, do you want to take a break? She said no. First of all, it's probably because she thinks she can go home today.
Yeah.
She can't, girl. You're not done with trial. And also, I think that this was strategic, because for those of you who were around for the What road am I even on right now? Does anyone know? Oops, I think I went the wrong way when I left.
I'm gonna go with
Anyways,
95.
for those of you who no, I'm on
A
the
good
road I
guess.
shouldn't be on. I'll tell you that much. Well, it was a good guess for Florida, but I don't remember what I was gonna say. Crap, sorry guys. It'll come back. Don't worry about it.
I'm not even
Patricia,
gonna
don't we
lie. I
all?
have to say that I don't know that I would. Right, Patricia, I know. I don't know that I would. I'm not. I agree with everything Abigail's saying about Kayla and everything. It's just it's hard whenever I just look at the like instead of looking at the big picture, I keep looking at what she could have done, 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 and she didn't do anything. But
Yeah,
Agreed,
it's true.
but
Those
also
things are
Jenny,
very true.
what could the bus driver done when he saw her get smacked around? What could the CPS workers could have done when they didn't do their job? What
right.
could the state
Yeah.
have done when they gave him custody? What
Mhm.
could, and I'm not
Yeah.
saying that there's as much, because she was in it, and I think she loved this little girl. I do. I just think she wasn't able to take care of her own self,
Yeah.
much less
Right.
anybody else. But I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying there's so many levels of failure
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. There
Like
That
are.
yeah,
so
that
many.
that we can't look specifically and solely at the failings of like, not to make it this way, but I'm gonna make it this way, and it's not because it's like male versus female, but I just feel like most of the attacks are coming at the females. We need to stop looking at the females and recognize and understand that Adam is on trial and not these women.
Yep.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yep.
And that's
I know.
not like a gender thing at all. It's literally just everyone everyone is like, oh well this,
We're
oh well that.
moms.
Right.
It's because they're moms, and we are not in the addicted state that they were in, so we cannot fathom not laying down in front of a train for
Yep.
our children. That's
But
not how it
also
works when you're in active
understand
addiction.
that when it comes time for Kayla, I understand that, but now I've already been on record as saying I am too selfish to be a stepmom. I'm an incredibly selfish when it comes to my child person. But I also think you have to look at it like when he was doing that to her, she was doing what she could to protect her kids. Not that Harmony wasn't important, because she was, but when it got to the point where they could already tell that she wasn't going to recover from this, I think at that point Kayla's mindset switched into I have to probably protect my kids.
Right.
And that was probably a big motivating factor in helping to hide it, especially as it came towards the end. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, a stepmom. I'm only a mom, and I could never put myself in those shoes, but like just speaking from me personally, there's nothing that I wouldn't do for my child. And that's not to say that like if somebody was coming at like potentially a stepchild that I wouldn't step in front of that train, but I'm telling
You
you
know
right
what?
now there is
You know what, Tammy? That's a really good question, and I'll be honest with you. My personal opinion is that she used the fact that they needed her as leverage, but I feel like where she is now, where she said, "Okay, I'm not taking this anymore," I think she might have. I think she might have testified even if she didn't get a deal.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
I think she would have held out because
Because she would have
she
spent
knew.
a lot of time in prison from her kids.
I don't think she's gonna get her kids back.
I don't either.
She ain't
I
getting her
don't
kids
either.
back.
But
But
if
she could
there was
see
a
them.
way to preserve her family
Yeah.
without, I mean, if she had
I'm just
by
saying.
keeping it a secret and she could preserve her family and keep lying about it, she would do that over, okay, I'm going to do the truth and let Adam pay for it and I'll pay my price. I don't think she would selfless enough to do that.
I think at some point they would have given her some kind of deal. They have to.
Yeah, but Tammy's asking specifically if she didn't
Right.
get one.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Because that's how she takes her power back. That's how she takes her. Now, don't get me wrong. I think she would
putting
have
her
held out.
power in the hands of the government and the prison system.
No, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying by her testifying, it doesn't have anything to do with the government. By her testifying, that's how she takes her power back from Adam.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if she didn't have a deal, she would be charged with all of her role in it. And so she's just handing off control from one party to another.
I don't know.
So I don't think she would have done it without the deal.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I feel like there was an aha moment where she said, okay, I'm not standing for this anymore. Don't get me wrong. I think she would have held out for as long as she possibly could. But I don't know. I still feel like she might have.
Maybe after her kids were adults or after she lost custody of them for one thing or another. But if she
I'm not so
able
sure
to be with her, she would have told the truth.
I'm not so sure that I'm wondering like where her actual kids are. Like if they've been like adopted or
I kind of hope they're not with. I mean, I do because that's best for them technically to be with someone familiar. But at the same time, once she gets out, I don't want her to have any access to those kids.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, because you can say all day long that, oh, they didn't know what was going on. No, they knew what was going on. They knew what was going on. And that's one, it's a way to, it's a way of thinking, but it's also a denial thing. I didn't put them in this position. They didn't know what was going on. No, they knew what was going on.
Well, Declan wouldn't have because he was like 6 months.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, but
Miss definitely did.
It's been proven though. Even infants can remember trauma. They might not remember what it is, but they can remember that there was trauma in the like I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, there was a traumatic experience that happened with me, with my dad, and I always thought I was like from 3 to 5 because I'm like
Abigail's
you don't remember
back.
it. So I'm like, I was like 3 to 5 when this happened. And then when I talked to my mom about it over Christmas, we were talking about it. And I was only like 1.5 years or 2, she said. And I have clear, distinct memories of that day.
Yeah. Patricia, that's a good point. That's a good point. He made her complicit. And he also didn't let her know where the body was, so she couldn't use that as leverage either.
They remember that was bad times as far as kids go. They didn't have enough evidence. They couldn't charge either one of them, says Kel. Oh, Abigail's back again.
Well, I think
Are
they
you
had
back?
enough. I think they had enough
Hey, sorry.
evidence to charge him with the corpse. Because they had his DNA. Yeah, the abuse of a corpse and falsifying was it evidence or but because they had his DNA on those tiles and his fingerprints, palm print. They could have got him for that, but not for that. They had to have her testimony. And she knew it. And at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd have done the same thing. You gonna give me a deal, and I don't have to do all I got to do is my time for the perjury and testify to this man that beat the crap out of me, killed my stepdaughter, tormented us. No, I'm good. Yeah, what do you need?
There was something that she did say earlier in her testimony, and I'm not even gonna lie, I can't remember exactly what part it was at. It was like after the fact when she said something about he was acting crazy and that she got up and left and took her kids. And when she said that, I was like, why didn't you get up and take them kids then?
Yeah.
You know?
Sometimes, unfortunately, it takes a few times, you know, to do it. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not excusing it at all. I'm not excusing it at all. But it's not always just that easy.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if somebody has control over everything. Everything. Yeah. He bought the drugs. He had the driver's license. He, probably took all the money. So again, I'm not excusing. I'm not saying that she should or shouldn't have, that she shouldn't have, but I'm just saying sometimes it's just not that easy.
Yeah.
Especially, look at people who are not in active addiction that are in abusive relationships that can't walk away.
Yeah.
That can't get away. And sometimes it's because they can't do it emotionally. Sometimes it's because they can't do it physically. Sometimes it's they can't do it financially, whatever the case may be. These people aren't even in active addiction. You add that onto it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so many, I don't know, it's kind of like Jenga blocks, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They just kind of come, once they get so built up so high, then they just fall on over,
True. True.
JB said sometimes it takes a buildup of courage to make the big move to leave.
That's what I'm saying. The first time she left for a couple hours. Second time she left for a few days. Next time she was out. It was too late, but.
I'm sorry, Tammy. That's tough. And it just kind of makes me go back to what I think it was Margaret. I can't remember who it was in the chat that said that earlier about when you see things like this, it just makes you grateful, or makes some people, me, grateful for what I did have growing up.
It's true. Very true. And that's a good perspective to come to it with, but especially when we're examining this, like, unfortunately, I can't speak for everyone, but I can speak for myself and at least at least a couple others when I say that we dove deep into this.
Yeah.
And looked at it from a factual standpoint, and just now while we're watching this trial, looking at it from an emotional standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when you look at just the facts and just the evidence, you're looking at it very logically, and now we're seeing these people's real human raw reactions to things, and it's different. It's different.
And it's not reading it, it's hearing it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's hearing it from their mouths too.
Yep.
And all I can say is, call it what you want, call it she got off easy with the deal, but I still say it takes some real lady balls and a hell of a lot of courage to go sit up there and be scrutinized the way that she's being scrutinized right now.
Yep.
Whether she got a deal and she should have spent more time in jail or whatever you want to call it, it's a lot of balls.
That's why I'm not mad he ain't in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. Because like I said, if he would have been there, the other trial was different because they weren't talking about the nitty gritty of what happened with Harmony. They were talking about the gun charges and.
But I will say that it took a lot of courage for her even then, and even Kim then.
Yeah.
Because you're having to confront your former life, and like, whether you feel shame or not, you're forced to confront your former demons, like whether they still haunt you or what.
And that's another good point though, Abigail, is that, you know, if she's going to be successful in her recovery, she has to face all of this. And the fact that she's doing it in such a public arena may help her be more successful in her recovery.
Millions of people, I bet, are watching this.
Yep. But I'm saying it may help her in her recovery, you know, because she's facing these demons. She's dealing with them. She's accepting it. She's publicly. She's taking ownership. I mean, we're not talking about a Narcotics Anonymous.
Yes, Jolie.
That's one of the steps is to
and we're not talking about in a 12-step meeting, you know, with 10, 15, 20 other people. We're talking international.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Exactly. Oh, thank you.
My cat has a fur ball, y'all. So if you hear her, I'll mute it. I'm sorry.
No, we can't hear it. It's okay. Tell her I said hi, though.
Oh,
Hi.
right, JB. Right, JB. Mickey said, too bad she had no balls for Harmony.
Facts.
You're not wrong.
I don't disagree.
Wrong. But I think that being human is more complex than just one side, like, you know, and that's maybe where I come to the conversation at a different level, because I feel like people do deserve, depending, I feel like people do deserve, you know, another chance. And I don't think that she did right, but I don't think that by her coming forward, she's doing wrong. So, you know, and I do feel like I love a little redemption arc, you know?
Yep.
Anyways, that's my thoughts for this Friday night. I'm gonna get off here.
I love the redemption part where she's, you know, coming forth and speaking the truth.
And I love
only
Biomom's
because
redemption. I love Biomom's redemption. And she's clean, and she got her other kid back. And yes, she could have done things, but she didn't. And here we are. And she's, you know, she's coming and she's facing not really him.
Yeah, and it could very well be the fact that she was in prison.
She, you know, she's gotten clean, and she's, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm all about it. I'm all about it, man. And yeah, is it too late for Harmony?
I mean, either way you put it,
but that doesn't mean that it's too late ever. That we don't celebrate that.
Yeah. And she's
And
facing
it could very well be that, like, the fact that I don't know why I'm echoing.
I don't know. Do you have, maybe it's your AirPods or your earbuds?
I don't have them on anymore because they were dying.
Oh, gotcha.
But I was gonna say it could very well be that, like, once she was in prison and she started getting clean, the demons of what she did come to light.
Yeah.
And that's when she started feeling the remorse and dust with herself for what she allowed to happen.
And Gail, I agree with you, but and it's maybe an unpopular opinion. I don't think he can tell them where the body is, because I don't think there's a complete, not especially, I never thought, I didn't think it before, but hearing them actually describe like how they did things, he could have taken her in that U-Haul and he could have put one piece here, one piece there, one piece here, one piece there.
And
I
at that point, you lose track and don't know.
yep. I don't think there is a body. I think there's parts, and I
Yeah,
think
that's
they're
what I
all
think too.
over,
Well, I mean, she
I
and it's
agree.
basically
sad.
said she
And they're
basically
probably
said so.
gone by now.
Yep. That's why he has nothing. I think if he had a bargaining tool where he could be like, look, y'all take this off the table or y'all take that off the table, I'll tell you where she is. I don't think he can because he's a piece of crap and he would use that because he knows they would do it. Who is eating what?
Sorry, I'm
So we just
no,
waiting
you
to
have to
Abigail's
believe this.
walking. Abigail's walking in the gravel. I know exactly where
No,
she's at, and I know what she's doing.
I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
walking in the gravel. You're lying.
Well, you're walking, and I know where you're at.
Where am I?
I'm not gonna say.
At my house?
Oh, already?
Yeah.
Oh,
Where did you think I was?
I thought you were getting kiddo.
Oh, no. He stayed home from school today.
Oh,
Is he okay?
Yeah, he had a little icky sticky, so
oh.
Was he
yeah.
alone?
Part of the day.
I hope
I
he didn't
left
get
early
naked.
and my husband went in late. So
Hopefully he
not a
doesn't take
lot.
after his mom and get naked when he's home alone. Give him a signal you're there.
Whatever. If he does, that's his prerogative. And I was already home also too. I went in early this morning and left early this afternoon. And my husband went in late and he's gonna stay late too. So we adjusted accordingly. But he wasn't alone that long. No, he wasn't. I'm not on the phone, I'm on live. I'm embarrassing you live. Here you go.
Embarrassed.
Here you go.
Secondhand embarrassment.
No.
Hi, Abigail Minnie.
Go. Goodbye.
Hey.
No, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter who I'm on the phone with. Sorry.
It does matter?
I think he's
Goodness.
safety patrolling his mom.
He is. He's like, let me see who you're on the phone with so I can tell you whether or not you should be on the phone with that person.
Mm-hmm. If he only knew.
Right?
What? I missed that. I was conversating with him. Sorry.
Nothing. We didn't say
Oh.
nothing.
Nothing. What?
I was
You
just
realize
saying
I
that
can
he
go
was
back
safe.
and
Yeah.
listen. But okay. Sure, no problem.
Mm.
No problem.
Oh my goodness. Well, you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off, guys. It's been great. It's been well. It has not been great or fun.
No.
It's been, guys. It's been.
Right.
But
It's been
yeah,
a day.
I'll let you go. Yes, it's been
JB's
a
mama
day.
said there were over 100 miles driven in that U-Haul.
Yeah. Do you think he just drove 100 miles to just take her to a place? Nah, I don't think.
Dropped and left? I don't think
Yep.
so.
Something like 130 or so, she believes.
Yep. Yeah,
And
no.
you know, who's to say? Like, not saying that like this happened, but who's to say that he didn't just drive 100? You're welcome. 100 something miles and really have dropped her somewhere
She's 5
closer.
miles away.
Exactly.
Right.
Who's to say?
Well, I mean, look at how it was with Casey. Kaylee Anthony was literally right down the
Right down the
street.
street. Yep.
Yep.
Now, whether she was there to begin with or not, I don't know. I kind of felt like maybe she was moved there later, but
I think she was moved.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna build this Lego set with my child.
All right. Have fun.
Have fun. We want to see pictures.
Do you follow Elisa from Minute Arts and Crafts? Mink Arts and Crafts, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if you've seen that, then you've seen this. I bought it specifically because of that video.
No, I want to see it when you're done.
But
when yours is done, not hers, yours.
Okay, fine. I'll tell her you said that. All right, bye.
Bye.
I'm just causing hate and discontent on the internet. All right, bye, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Mickey
She's
said,
mad
I
at
think
me
he.
from all different angles.
Huh?
I said she's gonna be at least gonna be mad at me in all different angles because I took her wife too. Look,
true.
she snoozed, she losed.
Well, hold on. What did Mickey say? Mickey said, I think he dropped her somewhere near Mother, where Mother had been, so he could blame her. I don't think so. I don't think there's
Mm.
much of the girl left, Harmony, and I also mother was not even in the same area. They were in 2 different states, right?
Yeah, she was in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Um,
Let me see. Because I think it.
I know, Patricia. Thank goodness it's Friday, right?
I know, but like, do y'all not go? Okay, what am I going to do today or tomorrow and Sunday?
Mickey did that to me the other day. She literally said, what was it? She messaged me a couple weeks ago, and she's like, I've been sitting here looking at the computer all day waiting on that live button to go on.
When you popped on that Saturday, I was like, woohoo!
Well, who knows? I might do it again. I don't know.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm here for
I
it.
don't know.
But you got to be with
Oh,
your family too.
yeah, I do. Depends on what he's
My
got
people are
going
grown.
on. And well, I mean, Eli like won't. He's like that typical like teenage boy, whereas he
Yeah.
wants to like be by himself. Yeah. Yes, bio moms in Mass, and Adam was in New Hampshire.
I'm to myself on mute.
You were on mute?
Yeah.
Way to go.
I did that earlier. I had a whole conversation.
So I just did up. I don't know where mom was living in Mass at the time, but I know she said recently that she lives in Revere. And I just checked the distance from Revere to here, and it's about an hour and a half travel time by car and 57 miles. So he could have.
You could have.
He could have dumped her
Mickey
somewhere
might be
near
on to something.
Massachusetts.
Or put
and
her
then
close
said,
to-
"Oh, well, I dropped her off with her mom. I don't know what happened to her after that."
Or alternatively, dropped her off, put her somewhere near to torture her and be like, she's near you. She's
He
near
could have
you.
also taken her to Maine. Didn't he live in Maine for some time?
I don't remember.
I think after he disposed of her, he moved to Maine.
Yeah, that there was the Maine, but then I couldn't remember when that was.
It was after, but he might have gotten some sick thrill from being close to.
Ugh.
And nobody knows.
I still am of the belief that there ain't a body.
Yeah, I don't believe there is either. I'd say that there's bits and pieces and skeletal bones and pieces here and there, but
not to be graphic, but she was 35 pounds to begin with.
Yeah,
right,
if even
exactly.
that, she's probably just dust now.
Yeah, I mean, bones maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They could potentially, and however long it's been, would they even be like?
It's been over
Depending
4
on where
years.
she was, animals have gotten the bone. I mean, it's just I don't think, and I honestly think if there was a body, he would use that to help himself.
Yeah.
And we could say that, Kayla's helping herself. She is helping herself. None of that changes what she did or didn't do, but she's doing right now. And
Missy,
yes, is
she
it too
did.
late for Harmony? What?
Sorry. Missy said, I just don't get why the bio mom didn't notify someone that she had another trial date during the custody hearing. She did.
She
we
did.
talked about this before. She did and asked for them to reschedule, and they refused.
Yep.
Hard to say this, but the bag of lime was bigger size than little Harmony.
Yep. Because it was probably a 50-pound bag.
Yeah. Well, she said that he put her in the bag of lime.
Yeah, Wayne baby, again, I can't, I'm gonna keep saying it, but there's so many failures, on so many different levels, and it's a conflict, it's crap.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't have done it, and I think they treated her like an addict. I think they treated her like a mom that lost custody of her kid, and they were like, sure, uh-huh, ma'am, okay, whatever. And they brushed her along because they sent her to court, and court was like, well, we can't do anything, and they knew daggone well she couldn't do anything because she didn't have custody.
Yeah, I think
But they
like
sent
she
her in
would go to
anyways.
the police and they're like, well, you don't have custody, so you can't file a report or whatever. She's with her dad who has custody. And then they'd be like, you have to go to the court. And then the court would say, we need a police report before we can investigate. And they kept bringing her back and forth between reporting it with the police
They were running
and
her.
going to the court.
Yep. And Ween baby, I appreciate you asking instead of assuming. And I have a bad memory too, so we'll just all talk about it until yeah.
One other thing that I keep like remembering too is that sticks with me is that Adam got custody of her
without a home visit.
Without the home visit. Like
Yep.
they said, home visit, if it goes well, then he'll get custody. But then the judge ended up giving him custody before the home visit information ever even happened.
Failure 457.
Yeah.
And again, in the beginning, before I delved into it, I was like, okay, well, maybe they gave him custody because they want to keep him with the parents or whatever. But she had been in foster care before.
She'd been in foster care since she was like 6 months old or
Yeah,
something.
why?
2 or 3 months
why?
old.
Why not? Why not put her back in foster care? Why give her to this person who has proven he's a nightmare human? He's already been in jail. You know, and yes, does everybody get a second chance? People do get a second chance, but when you keep proving you're a nightmare human, no, you're done.
Right.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, she was either placed with the Raffertys that were her foster
That's who she was
parents.
with at first, but then they couldn't handle her, I guess. I don't know, because she said something about co-parenting, and that's what I was confused about that. Like, had her and her partner separated? And
No, I think what
co-parenting
she
between
meant,
them and the system was too hard, or
I think I think that
her
between her and the CPS system, I think that's what she meant. That trying to navigate that was just too much. It was too much. That wasn't me.
That was me.
Steph is like the what we're gonna have to start calling her the what are those? Oh, smokestacks.
I don't know, but I think I figured it out. I think the breathing y'all were hearing the other day was Kevin, because I was muted when he was on the stand. He kept deep breathing and blowing it out, and y'all are like, QB over there vaping.
Aggressive.
And I was like, I am mute aggressively. She's aggressively vaping. I'm like, I am, but I'm muted. Like, I'm muted, y'all.
No, QB. You were only muted because I muted you.
But I had muted myself. I thought I did.
No, when I looked, the only one that wasn't muted was you, ma'am. And you were like violently vaping.
Well, in my defense,
it was so
first
cute.
of all, let me give you my attorney's number.
So
Second
cute.
of all, in my defense, I thought I was muted, and I was aggressively vaping because I was being. Yes, I was.
Yeah, it's all right. That's all right. Everybody loves a good violent vapor, you know.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
so.
better than the alternative. It's better than the alternative.
Hold on, let me see. I hardly knew anything about this case. Oh, what I was going to say about the foster parents, or not. Yeah, foster. I think that she was either with them when she was 2 months old or like 6 or
Mhm.
7. I can't. I'm thinking they said 2 months old.
Yeah,
I think it
she
was
was with
2,
them when
and
she
then
was just
it
a
was
few months
again.
old, and then she came
Yeah.
back and stayed with them for the potty training, and then Crystal got her back temporarily.
Yeah.
Right, right.
And think of this. I mean, when you talk about co-parenting, she could be talking about co-parenting with CPS. She could also be talking about if they had any involvement, because Crystal had involvement with her.
Yep.
Maybe Adam was threatening her. Maybe
Mhm.
Adam was, stalking her. We don't know. We don't know
I-
what he was doing.
I doubt it, because Adam didn't care. He saw that child 9 times her entire life.
I know, but he wanted that baby for the money.
Mm.
That's the only reason why he fought to get custody. He saw that paycheck because she was getting SSI. He would get more food stamps. He would
Yep.
get more aid. He would could get housing. Nah,
Which
he
means
wanted that
more
baby
money
for
for
the money.
drugs.
Yep, he wanted that baby for the money.
Yep, she was getting a check. Oh.
That was me, by the way. I tried to be quiet, but
Oh, you're all right. I got strangled a little bit. I
That
had to
would
mute
be
myself for
awful,
just a
though,
second.
if, like, him saying that he took her, like Mickey was saying, what if he took her close to where the mom was? So all this time that he's been saying he took her to the mom.
Yep, he ain't lying.
Technically not a lie. Just not the way that everyone thought he did.
Again, lying by omission.
Yep.
Right.
Man.
Wait, people lie? That's a thing?
No.
Apparently, that's what I've heard.
So what I heard today was that it's possible there's been rumors that Kayla might have lied to the grand jury.
Wow. No way.
I don't think
Can you
so.
believe that? Can you believe that? It's crazy, right?
She just like lied about like her hair color or something, though, right? Like something super.
Yeah, it was
novel.
something small. It was very small.
Okay.
It was tiny. Yeah, it was tiny.
You guys kill me.
Can y'all hear these animals over here? It is like a zoo. I got one that's about to start having a fit, the diva, and my other one is over here chattering.
Oh,
Hi, Meow Mouse. This is your Mama Key.
Poppy's over here napping like a little sweetheart.
Yeah, the dog's snoring. Can you hear her? Meow.
I do hear that.
Meow.
It's cute.
She talks. Oh, hi. Can you tell everybody hi? You're on the YouTubes. You're YouTube famous.
Oh, hi, little kitty.
Hi. Meow.
It's the new Grumpy Cat.
She
Mousy
has
Cat.
permanent RBF. I will send y'all a picture.
Mousy Cat.
Permanent RBF. She's fantastic. We loves her. We loves all of them, but yeah, she has RBF, and she chitter chatters when you talk to her. She'll talk back to you.
Ween Baby says I'm their lawyer and they are innocent.
Yes. But I do have a defense attorney. If anybody, no, I'm just kidding.
You keep making that joke too much. People can stop believing it.
I know, right?
Look, y'all started it.
No, you did. You're the one that wrote it. You're the one that wrote it.
I misspoke, and it's been a thing ever since. So I'm just going with it. Y'all don't know. Maybe I do. Honeys, tell them. They don't know. Meow.
All right, you guys. Well, it is Friday,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna get out of here.
Woohoo! I'm gonna get something to eat.
I need to find something light to watch.
Yeah. We'll have to figure out the whole watch party thing, and we'll talk about it and get it figured out. But thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me today. It was a very rough day, and I agree. We all do need something light because today was pretty rough.
And I didn't even listen to the whole morning.
Oh God, the morning was bad.
But y'all started talking about Blender, and I was like, "Oh
no,
I don't
Steph, don't go
that.
back.
Yeah,
don't go back. You don't need it. It's not pertinent. It's not pertinent. We all know. Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah.
Bye, Gail. Bye, everybody.
Gail.
I know. Tell them bye.
Bye, y'all.
Goodbye, Meow Meow.
Bye, guys. I appreciate you so much.
Thanks for having me. English. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye. Everybody in chat, I wanted to sing Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting. All right, you guys. Yeah. I'm tired and I'm going to scooch. I'm going to go fill my cup up with something non-coffee, non-caffeinated, more like mom juice variety, and do some diamond painting and enjoy Friday night. So, but thanks for hanging in with me, and I guess we will plan on seeing you guys back on Monday morning. If I do decide to pop up with something over the weekend, I will try to give you advanced warning. So we'll play it by ear. But otherwise, I will see you on Monday morning back here. I would say 8:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's that. I love you guys. Have a good weekend. Bye.